Welcome to Japanese Sleep Whispers, your sanctuary for peaceful nights and gentle dreams. Here, you will find calming bedtime stories inspired by the timeless beauty and traditions of Japan. Each story is read slowly in a soothing voice, accompanied by natural sounds such as flowing rivers and the tranquil rhythm of shishi-odoshi. Whether you seek relaxation, relief from stress, or help falling asleep, these tales invite you to drift away into a world of serenity. Imagine quiet temples, moonlit gardens, and the whispering bamboo forests as you listen. If you'd like these soothing stories to be part of your nightly routine, consider subscribing so they're always with you when you need them. Subscribe and let these stories be your nightly ritual of calm and rest. Thank you for being here. May you always find peace in every moment. Morning garden, fragrance of plum blossoms. Prologue: the scent before dawn. The night was nearly over, though the stars still lingered faintly above the quiet roofs. A thin mist drifted through the narrow streets of the old town, softening the edges of everything it touched. The river nearby whispered in slow, unhurried tones, carrying the reflection of the half-hidden moon. And somewhere beyond the dark line of trees, the first breath of morning waited, silent and pale. Inside her small room at the inn, Yuki Nakamura stirred beneath the futon. The air was cool, scented faintly with tatami, cedar, and something sweet, a fragrance that seemed to move through the room like a memory. For a moment, she lay still, unsure whether she was awake or still dreaming. The world around her was suspended between night and day, and time itself seemed to hold its breath. Then she realized what it was: the scent of plum blossoms drifting in through the shoji. It was delicate yet distinct, a soft perfume carried by the early wind, tinged with the faintest trace of damp earth and river air. She could almost imagine each blossom opening in the half-light, their pale petals trembling under the touch of dawn. Yuki rose quietly, sliding the paper screen aside. The garden outside glowed faintly, not yet touched by sunlight, but washed in the silver of the fading moon. The plum trees stood like ghosts, their branches heavy with blossoms. Each petal seemed to shimmer with its own light, as if the night itself had chosen to rest within them. She wrapped a shawl around her shoulders and stepped out onto the veranda. The wooden floorboards creaked gently beneath her feet. The cold air met her skin, but she did not mind. There was peace in this stillness, a silence that seemed alive. In the center of the garden, a stone basin collected rainwater. Ripples moved across its surface from the faintest breath of wind. A lantern, unlit, stood beside it, its paper frame damp from the night dew, its silence luminous. Yuki watched as a single plum petal drifted down and rested upon the water. The circle it made expanded outward until the reflection of the moon dissolved. She exhaled softly, as though releasing something she had held too long. For years, she had lived surrounded by noise, the rush of trains, the endless ringing of phones, the low hum of deadlines. Even at night, the city had its own pulse, a rhythm of neon and footsteps and voices that never truly ceased. When she closed her eyes there, silence had felt like absence, a void to be filled with music, screams, or words. But here, in this small town beyond Kyoto's hills, silence was different. It was not emptiness but presence, a fullness that held everything in its still hands. The sound of the river, the shifting wind, the whisper of branches, each seemed to belong to the same quiet conversation. She took a slow breath, and the fragrance of the plum blossoms deepened. It was faint but undeniable, as though the trees themselves were speaking through their scent. It carried a tenderness that reached into her chest, stirring something fragile she had almost forgotten, a feeling of home, perhaps, or memory, or beginning. Somewhere in the distance, a temple bell rang once, its tone low and resonant, spreading like a ripple through the mist. Yuki listened until the sound faded completely, leaving behind a hush that seemed even deeper than before. She remembered the email she had sent 2 weeks ago, the one that simply said, "I need a break." Her editor had replied with concern, her friends with offers of dinner, conversation, distraction. But she had chosen none of it. Instead, she had come here to Bayan, the garden of plum blossoms, and in her grandmother had once mentioned in passing long ago. When she arrived the previous evening, the innkeeper, an elderly woman with calm eyes, had bowed and said softly, "The plum trees are at their peak, Nakamura-san. You came at the perfect time." Yuki had smiled politely then, but it was only now, standing in the garden before dawn, that she understood what the woman had meant. The faintest light began to touch the eastern sky. The gray of night thinned to blue, and the first bird stirred in the branches. Its call was hesitant at first, then sure, delicate, echoing gently between the tiled roofs. Yuki sat on the veranda step, her hands wrapped around a small cup of tea she had brewed moments before. Steam rose slowly, catching the light. The scent of green tea mingled with the fragrance of the blossoms, and she closed her eyes, feeling the two aromas intertwine like threads of memory. For a long while, she did nothing, only breathed. Each inhalation drew in the scent of spring, each exhalation released the residue of the city still clinging to her heart. Somewhere inside her, a rhythm began to change, slowly aligning itself with the quiet of the garden. She thought of her grandmother, who had loved plum trees. Every February, even when snow still covered the ground, she would walk to the small shrine at the edge of their old neighborhood and bow before the ancient tree there. "The plum," she used to say, "blooms when the world still sleeps. It is the first to trust that spring will return." At the time, Yuki had smiled but never fully understood. Now, as she watched the first light touch the blossoms, she finally felt the meaning settle within her. The air around her brightened slightly. The snowmelt on the stones glimmered faintly, and the surface of the basin caught the pale glow of morning. A petal floated past her knee, spinning once before resting gently on the veranda plank. She reached out and touched it. It was cold and soft, fragile yet firm, alive for just this moment. The wind shifted, carrying a new wave of fragrance. She could almost taste it on her tongue, sweet, clean, slightly bitter at the edges like memory itself. It stirred something in her chest, a quiet ache that was not sorrow but recognition. She thought of all the mornings she had rushed through, coffee in hand. Phone buzzing, never once stopping to notice the air, the sound of wind in trees, the faint perfume of the seasons. It seemed impossible now that life could have been so fast, that she could have lived without these small awakenings. Perhaps that was why she had come. Not to escape, but to remember. A light footstep sounded behind her. The innkeeper appeared at the doorway, carrying a small tray with breakfast rice, miso soup, pickled plum, and tea. Her movements were slow and graceful, as though she, too, moved in rhythm with the quiet around them. "Good morning," the woman said softly. "The blossoms are strong this year." Yuki smiled, bowing her head slightly. "There, it feels as if they're breathing." The woman laughed gently, setting down the tray. "They are. Every spring, they remind us that life begins again quietly, while we are still half asleep." She bowed once more and left, her steps fading down the corridor. Yuki remained there, looking at the small bowl of pickled plum on the tray. The color was deep, almost red, and the sight of it stirred another wave of scent, sharp, fragrant, comforting. She took a bite, and the taste spread across her tongue, sour and alive, like the morning itself. The first sunlight touched the edge of the garden, turning the mist into silver. The plum blossoms glowed softly, each petal catching the light like a small flame. The fragrance deepened, not stronger, but warmer, as if the day itself were breathing in. Yuki closed her eyes once more, and for the first time in years, she felt no urge to reach for her phone, no impulse to think ahead, no noise within her mind. Only breath, only scent, only this quiet unfolding. A bell rang again, softer this time, its tone diffused by the morning air. Somewhere, the monks of the temple were beginning their chants. Their voices rose and fell like the tide, carrying the prayer of the hour through the stillness. The sound met the scent of the blossoms, and together, they wove an invisible thread through the town, a tapestry of fragrance and sound that touched everything it passed. Yuki listened, breathing in time with the distant chant, and whispered to herself, almost without meaning, "Toim home." The words surprised her, but they felt true. Not home as a place, but as a moment, this quiet morning, this garden, this breath. The sun rose slowly above the hills. Light touched the roof tiles, the lanterns, the branches, and at last, the blossoms shone fully white and pink against the blue sky. The fragrance drifted higher, and the mist that had cloaked the garden lifted away. Yuki stayed there a while longer, watching, breathing, listening. The world had awakened gently, and so had she. Chapter 1: The Inn Called Bayan. The morning sun had fully risen when Yuki stepped out into the corridor. Light filtered softly through the paper windows, painting delicate patterns of gold and white on the floor. The air was filled with the mingled scents of cedar, tatami, and the faint perfume of plum blossoms that drifted in through the open shoji. The inn, called Bayan, was more than a century old. Its name meant Garden of Plum Blossoms, and it seemed to live up to its name in every corner. The wooden beams were dark and polished smooth by years of quiet care. The tatami mats carried a scent that reminded Yuki of her childhood. Visiting her grandmother's house during New Year, the faint creak of wood beneath bare feet, the warmth of tea waiting on a tray. Outside, the garden glowed in the mild light of early spring. Petals had fallen overnight, resting on the stones like fragments of snow. A pair of sparrows hopped along the veranda rail, chirping softly as if whispering secrets to each other. The stillness of the place was not silence, but a slow rhythm of life moving gently, patiently. In the main hall, the innkeeper was arranging flowers. She wore a simple gray kimono with a pale blue obi, and her movements were precise, almost meditative. She looked up as Yuki entered and smiled. "Good morning, Nakamura-san," she said, bowing lightly. "Did you sleep well?" Yuki returned the bow. "Yes, very well, thank you. It was so quiet I could hear the wind in the trees." The woman nodded with satisfaction. "That's the best sound we have here," she said softly. "Wind through the plum trees, and sometimes the bell from the temple." She finished adjusting the flowers, a small arrangement of white plum branches and pine, then motioned toward a low table by the window. "Breakfast is ready. Please, take your time." Yuki sat down on a cushion and gazed through the window as she ate. Rice, miso soup, grilled fish, and a small dish of pickled plum, simple, balanced, perfect in its restraint. Each bite carried the care of slow hands. The garden outside was awake now. A gardener, wearing a faded blue jacket and a straw hat, was sweeping the stone path with a long bamboo broom. He moved deliberately, pausing now and then to watch the petals fall. His motion seemed less like work and more like a form of meditation. Yuki watched for a while, then looked down at the bowl of rice in her hands, noticing how the steam curled upward in tiny silver threads. For the first time in months, she ate slowly, tasting the quiet as much as the food. When she finished, the innkeeper appeared again, carrying a pot of tea. The scent of roasted leaves filled the room. "This is hojicha," she said. "Light, but warm. It's good after a morning meal." Yuki cupped the small porcelain bowl between her hands and took a sip. The taste was earthy and calm, like sunlight diffused through fog. The woman sat across from her. Her hands rested loosely on her knees, and when she spoke again, her voice carried the ease of someone who had long ago learned the art of speaking softly enough to be heard by silence. "You came from Tokyo, didn't you?" "Yes," Yuki said, smiling faintly. "It feels very far away now." The innkeeper nodded, looking toward the garden. "Many people say that when they arrive, the world is fast there. Here, we have only time and seasons." She looked back at Yuki with a small, knowing smile. "You'll see. The plum trees will teach you something if you let them." After breakfast, Yuki wandered through the inn. The corridors were lined with calligraphy scrolls and ink paintings of landscapes. Some were faded by sunlight, but that only added to their calm presence. She stopped at one, a single brushstroke depicting a branch of plum blossoms. Beneath it, written in delicate characters, were the words, "Spring begins not when the air warms, but when fragrance returns." She read the phrase twice, feeling its quiet truth. Something in it stirred her heart, the idea that fragrance, something invisible and fleeting, could mark the start of an entire season. The garden doors stood open to the gentle light. She stepped outside, her sandals brushing the wooden veranda. The path wound between stone lanterns, small ponds, and plum trees heavy with blossoms. Every few steps, The breeze carried a new wave of scent, sweet, sharp, slightly green, the kind of aroma that seemed to live in both memory and dream. She followed the path to a small bench beneath one of the larger trees. Sitting there, she could hear the river nearby, its sound blending with the rustle of branches. A bee hovered near the blossoms, moving from flower to flower, and for a long moment, Yuki did nothing but breathe. The air, the sound, the scent, everything seemed to flow in the same rhythm, a slow, steady pulse that matched her heartbeat. Later, as she walked toward the back of the property, she discovered a small wooden gate half hidden by vines. Beyond it was another garden, smaller, more shaded, where moss grew thick around stones and the light fell in dappled patches. A narrow stream wound through it, its surface scattered with floating petals. It felt secret, almost sacred. She knelt to touch the moss, cool and damp beneath her fingers. A faint trace of incense hung in the air. Perhaps the temple beyond the hill had burned it for the morning service. She lingered there until a soft voice called from behind her. "Beautiful, isn't it?" Yuki turned to see the gardener standing by the gate, his broom resting against his shoulder. His face was lined, his eyes kind. "Yes," she said. "It feels alive." He nodded. "The small garden listens to the big one," he said. "When the wind passes through the plum trees, this garden feels it and breathes with it." Yuki smiled at the thought. Does that mean all gardens are connected? The man looked up toward the sky, considering for a moment before replying. "Perhaps. Or perhaps it is people who forget that they are part of one." The rest of the day unfolded like a slow stream. She walked through the town, its narrow streets lined with low-roofed houses and shop fronts. Paper lanterns hung at doorways. The air was full of faint music, a radio playing enka. Somewhere, the clack of geta on stones. The soft laughter of two children chasing each other near the shrine. Everywhere she went, she noticed plum trees in courtyards, beside wells, even blooming from cracks in old stone walls. Their scent was everywhere, as if the town itself exhaled spring. By the time she returned to the inn, the light was fading. A golden hue filled the sky, and the first chill of evening touched her cheeks. The innkeeper met her at the entrance, bowing slightly. "Welcome back, Nakamura-san. Dinner will be ready soon. Would you like to take a bath first?" Yuki nodded, smiling. "That sounds perfect." Steam rose in soft clouds from the wooden bath. Outside, through the small window, the plum trees stood silhouetted against the dusk. Their fragrance drifted in, mixing with the scent of hinoki wood and warm water. Yuki sank slowly into the bath, feeling the heat seep into her muscles, loosening everything that had been tight for too long. Her breath slowed, and she could feel the day dissolving, each moment slipping quietly into the next. She thought of how the innkeeper had said, "The plum trees will teach you something." Perhaps this was the lesson to move as the garden moved, to breathe as the wind breathed, to live not in hurry, but in harmony. Later, wrapped in a cotton yukata, she sat once more by the veranda, watching the garden bathed in the light of paper lanterns. The blossoms glowed faintly, their scent soft but clear. Somewhere, a bell rang in the temple. She opened her notebook and wrote, "Today, the world moved slowly enough for me to see it." Perhaps that is what peace feels like. She closed the book and listened to the wind, to the river, to her own heartbeat. All of them seemed to say the same thing: "You are here." That is enough. Chapter 2: The Morning Garden. When Yuki awoke, the light was pale and soft, the kind that slips gently through paper screens without asking permission. The air held a cool freshness, touched with the faint sweetness of blossoms. For a long while, she remained beneath the futon, listening to the quiet. The faint rustle of bamboo leaves, the drip of water from a distant eave, and somewhere, a wooden clapper marking the hour at the temple. She rose slowly, sliding open the shoji. The morning air met her like a kind hand on her cheek. Mist hovered just above the garden, as though the earth itself was still half dreaming. She wrapped a shawl around her shoulders and stepped outside. The veranda boards were cool beneath her bare feet. The scent of plum blossoms had deepened overnight, carrying a note of honey and rain. The garden was waking. Tiny droplets clung to the moss, each one holding a perfect image of the sky. The pond mirrored the branches above, where the first sparrows were beginning their chatter. Somewhere beyond the hedge, a kettle began to whistle, a thin sound rising through the air like a silver thread. Yuki walked the narrow path that wound between stones. Her breath clouded faintly in the cool air. She noticed how every sound here seemed deliberate: the soft scrape of her sandals, the creak of bamboo fencing, the gentle sigh of wind through the branches. Each note belonged to the morning, as if composed by time itself. She stopped beneath the oldest plum tree in the garden. Its trunk twisted and gnarled, yet its blossoms were the most delicate of all, pale pink with white edges, trembling with dew. A small tag hung from one of the branches. Written in faded ink were 3 characters: Shirayuki Shirayuki, white snow. She whispered the name aloud, and it seemed to echo softly in the air. The tree stood there like a wise elder, its fragrance gentle but unmistakable. When she leaned closer, she noticed a bee resting on one of the petals, its body still, wings glistening with moisture. The moment was so quiet, so fragile, that she hardly dared to breathe. Behind her, the sliding door opened. The innkeeper stepped out, carrying a small tray. "You're up early, Nakamura-san," she said with a smile. "The garden likes morning visitors." Yuki bowed lightly. "It's so peaceful here. I didn't want to miss it." The woman set the tray on a stone table. Steam rose from 2 small cups of green tea. "Then let's enjoy it properly." They sat together beneath the tree, listening to the faint hum of bees awakening. The tea's fragrance, grassy, slightly roasted, mingled with the scent of blossoms. Yuki lifted her cup and inhaled before drinking. The taste was soft, round, and alive. It carried the warmth of sunlight that had touched the leaves weeks ago. For a while, neither spoke. Only the sounds of the garden filled the space, the chirp of birds, the whisper of water, the rhythmic tapping of a bamboo fountain somewhere beyond the hedge. It was the kind of silence that welcomed sound, not the kind that feared it. Finally, the innkeeper said quietly, "When I was young, my grandmother used to tell me the scent of plum blossoms comes not from the petals, but from the breath of winter leaving the earth." Yuki turned toward her. "That's beautiful. What does it mean?" The woman smiled faintly. "I think she meant that fragrance is a memory, the earth remembering warmth." Yuki looked down at her tea, watching the thin spiral of steam rise and disappear. Perhaps people, too, remember warmth in their own ways. After the tea, Yuki wandered deeper into the garden. The mist had begun to lift, revealing the temple roofs beyond the trees. The sound of a monk sweeping the temple courtyard reached her faintly, a rhythm of straw on stone, steady and patient. Near the back of the garden stood a small pavilion. Inside, a single incense stick burned in a bronze holder. The smoke rose in a graceful line, curling, drifting, then vanishing into sunlight. She knelt before it, not out of religion, but out of instinct, the desire to be still. The fragrance of sandalwood mixed with the plum blossoms creates something both grounding and ethereal. She closed her eyes. For a moment, there was no boundary between herself and the garden. Her breathing slowed until it matched the rhythm of the fountain. Her heartbeat softened. She could almost hear the world breathing through her. A memory surfaced, a morning long ago in Tokyo when she had rushed to catch a train, her coffee left unfinished, her inbox already full before the sun had risen. That life felt impossibly distant now, as though it belonged to someone else. Here, time did not chase her. It waited. It expanded like breath between each sound. When she opened her eyes, the incense had nearly burned down. A final wisp of smoke rose and disappeared. On her way back toward the inn, she passed the gardener again. He was pruning a small pine near the gate, his shears moving with slow precision. Each cut seemed considered, deliberate. "Good morning," Yuki said softly. He nodded without pausing. "The garden changes a little each day," he said. "Even if we do nothing, it grows. But if we listen, we can help it grow in the right direction." Yuki watched the careful way he trimmed each branch, not forcing shape, but guiding it gently. "It's like people," she said, smiling faintly. The man chuckled, eyes still on his work. "Yes. We all need pruning sometimes. Too many thoughts make us heavy." He brushed the fallen needles aside and added, "The plum trees remind us beauty comes after cold." Back in her room, Yuki slid the window open wide. Sunlight spilled in, bright and pure. The sound of the river drifted from below, mingling with the distant bell from the temple. She sat at the low writing desk and opened her notebook. The garden does not ask for anything, but it gives everything. Light, scent, silence. Perhaps peace is not something to find, but to allow. She set down her pen and watched the ink dry slowly on the page. Outside, the wind passed through the branches, and a few petals fluttered down like small white feathers. As the day warmed, the inn filled with the soft activity of morning footsteps in the hallway, the faint clink of dishes from the kitchen, and somewhere, the creak of a cart carrying fresh linens. But through it all, the calm remained, like a steady heartbeat beneath everything. Yuki sat by the window, sipping the last of her tea. The warmth spread through her hands, through her chest, until it reached something deep inside that had long been waiting. Outside, a child laughed near the riverbank, and for the first time in many months, Yuki felt a smile rise without effort. The garden had taught her something already, not through words, but through stillness. That evening, as the sun dipped behind the temple roofs, she walked once more through the garden. The same paths, the same blossoms, and yet, everything felt slightly changed. The colors seemed deeper, the air warmer, the scent richer. Perhaps it was not the garden that had changed. Perhaps it was her. She paused beneath Shirayuki, the old plum tree, and whispered good night. The petals trembled as if in reply. Chapter 3: A cup of tea and the sound of rain. That morning began with rain. Yuki woke to a muted world, no bird song, no wind, only the soft rhythm of drops striking the roof. It was a gentle sound, unhurried, as if the sky were speaking in whispers. The paper screens glowed faintly, their white surfaces painted with shifting patterns of silver. Each sound seemed to come from far away, the occasional drip from the eaves, the sigh of wet branches brushing against the veranda. She sat up and listened. There was something deeply comforting about the sound. It was the kind of rain that didn't ask to be escaped, but invited one to stay still and listen. She rose, dressed in a soft gray kimono the innkeeper had left for her, and slid open the shoji to look outside. The garden had turned into a world of reflections, every stone darkened to near black, every leaf shining with light. The pond rippled gently as raindrops touched its surface, circles overlapping and fading in quiet succession. The air was cool and fragrant, the scent of wet earth and plum blossoms mingled, a fragrance both sweet and melancholic. It was the perfume of time itself. She thought, something that had lived through many rains, many springs, and still returned with patience. When she stepped into the corridor, the sound of rain seemed to follow her, as if the building itself were breathing with the storm. In the small common room near the entrance, a kettle steamed gently on the hearth. The innkeeper was there, kneeling beside it, feeding small pieces of charcoal into the fire. "Good morning, Nakamura-san," she said, looking up with a warm smile. "Looks like the plum trees are taking their bath today." Yuki smiled. "They must enjoy it," she replied. "They look so peaceful." The woman chuckled softly. "Rain and tea are good companions," she said. "Would you join me?" They sat by the low table near the window. Outside, the rain shimmered in thin threads, and the garden beyond looked like a painting that breathed. The innkeeper began the slow ritual of preparing tea. Every motion was deliberate, pouring the hot water into the small kyusu, swirling it to warm the clay, measuring the bright green leaves with care. Yuki watched silently. The steam rose in soft spirals, curling, fading, returning like the way thoughts came and went in her mind. The first pour was almost clear, a pale shade of green touched with gold. The scent filled the air, fresh, grassy, faintly sweet. She handed Yuki a small cup. "Sencha," she said, "picked just before the first rain of spring. You can taste the season in it." Yuki lifted the cup, holding it close before taking a sip. The warmth spread through her lips, her tongue, her chest. The taste was alive, a little bitter, a little sweet, like a memory you had almost forgotten but were glad to recall. Outside, the rain fell more heavily for a moment, and the sound filled the room like a soft drumbeat. The innkeeper watched it with a serene expression. "My grandmother used to say," she began, "that rain teaches us how to listen." Yuki looked up. how to listen. The woman nodded. Yes. Not with the ears, but with the heart. When you listen to rain long enough, you stop hearing the drops, you start hearing the spaces between them. Her words lingered in the air, like incense that continues to breathe after the flame has gone. Yuki set her cup down, letting her fingers rest on its warm porcelain. Something in that silence opened within her, a small space she hadn't noticed before. In it, she saw an image, a narrow apartment balcony in Tokyo, the sound of rain against metal railings, the reflection of neon lights in puddles below. She remembered standing there, years ago, a cup of convenience store coffee in her hand, watching the rain fall without seeing it. She had been so tired then, so wrapped in work and deadlines that even beauty had felt like an interruption. Now, sitting here in this quiet inn, the same rain sounded entirely different, softer, wiser, almost tender. The innkeeper poured the second cup. This one was deeper in color, the flavor fuller, more rounded. Yuki smiled faintly. Does the second pour always taste better? Not always, the woman said, her eyes glinting with humor. But often. The first pour is like meeting someone new, a little polite, a little shy. The second is when they begin to speak from the heart. They both laughed quietly. The sound of their laughter mixed with the rain, becoming part of its music. After some time, the innkeeper rose. "I'll leave you to the rain," she said softly. "It likes an audience." When she left, Yuki stayed seated by the window. The room smelled of tea, smoke, and rain, a fragrance she wished she could keep forever. She opened her notebook and began to write, not sentences, just fragments. Rain on wood. Steam from the cup. A silence that listens back. Her handwriting wavered slightly, as if following the rhythm outside. She closed the book and simply watched. The rain fell in countless threads, each drop a world of reflections, branches, clouds, petals. She wondered how many lives had been mirrored in them before. After an hour or two, the sound began to change. The rain softened, the rhythm slower, each drop more distinct. Through the mist, a bell rang from the temple beyond the hill, low, resonant, like the heart of the rain itself. She closed her eyes and breathed. In that moment, she felt completely present, not thinking, not remembering, only being. And yet, that stillness carried its own kind of memory. The scent of wet plum blossoms reminded Hera walking with her mother under an umbrella decades ago. Their steps synchronized on the path home from school. Her mother's hand had been warm, the umbrella had smelled faintly of soap and rain. She hadn't thought of that in years. And now, the memory came not as a sharp ache, but as a gentle light, like a lantern seen from far away. The rain eased toward afternoon. By then, the garden shimmered with new colored greens deeper, stones darker, the blossoms shining as if freshly painted. When Yuki stepped outside, the air was cool against her skin. Drops still clung to the branches, catching the pale sunlight that now broke through the clouds. Each one looked like a small crystal, holding the sky inside. She walked the path slowly, her sandals brushing the wet stones. The scent of the garden was richer now, earth, wood, moss, and flowers all breathing together. Somewhere, a frog croaked near the pond. A single petal floated down and landed on the surface of the water, sending ripples outward in perfect circles. Yuki stopped beneath Shirayuki, the old plum tree she had come to love. The bark glistened darkly, and the petals trembled with the weight of moisture. She reached out, letting a drop fall onto her open palm. It was cool and clean, as if it carried a message from the sky. She whispered, "Thank you," though she wasn't sure to whom: the rain, the tree, the morning itself. Perhaps it didn't matter. The words disappeared into the air, like mist dissolving into sunlight. That evening, when the sky cleared completely, the innkeeper placed a small note beside Yuki's dinner tray. It read, "Tomorrow, if the weather is kind, the temple will hold the Plum Festival. You should go. The trees are at their best after rain." Yuki smiled as she folded the note. She looked out through the window. The garden gleamed faintly in the moonlight, its scent cool and clear. The rain had left everything brighter, even her heart. Chapter 4: Letters by the window. The morning after the rain was clear and cold, the kind of air that feels newly washed. When Yuki slid open the shoji, the garden shone with an almost tender brightness. Drops still clung to the plum blossoms, glistening like pearls. The air was full of scent, a mixture of earth, wood, and the faint sweetness left by the storm. She stood there for a moment, watching the way sunlight gathered on the pond's surface. Everything seemed sharper, as if the rain had polished the world overnight. Today was the day of the Plum Festival at the nearby temple, but the morning was still early, and the world felt too quiet to leave. After breakfast, she returned to her room. The futon had been folded neatly, and the air smelled faintly of incense and fresh linen. A single blossom had fallen through the open window, resting on the edge of her desk. The desk itself was an old thing, dark wood, a little uneven, its drawers worn smooth at the edges. Something about it invited curiosity, as though it held stories. She sat down, running her fingers along the surface. The grain of the wood was like ripples frozen in time. When she pulled the top drawer open, a faint scent of paper and cedar rose to meet her. Inside lay a few old envelopes, yellowed slightly with age, and tied together with a thin silk ribbon. For a moment, she hesitated. They were not hers, and yet something about them seemed to belong to the place itself, like a whisper left behind for anyone willing to listen. She untied the ribbon carefully, as though unwrapping something fragile. Inside were 3 letters, written in neat, slanted English script. The first one began simply, Kyoto, March 12, 1962. Dearest Aiko, the plum blossoms have opened again in the garden. They smell the same as the day we first walked beneath them, though so many years have passed. I think the trees remember us. The innkeeper tells me you left for Tokyo last spring. I wonder if you still rise early, if you still take your tea with too much sugar, if you still hum to yourself when it rains. I remain here, teaching the foreign students at the temple school. Some days, I think I do it only to hear the sound of young laughter again. Other days, I write these letters that I never send. Perhaps one day, you will find the Mond know that the garden never forgot your name. H. Yuki read the words twice, slowly. They were simple, but each sentence carried warmth, like the lingering scent of tea in a room long after the cup is gone. She turned the letter over. The paper was thick, textured, and smelled faintly of ink and cedar, perhaps from the drawer itself. Something in the handwriting touched her. It was careful, deliberate, each curve shaped by thought. There was affection there, but also restraint, the kind of quiet love that speaks most clearly in what it leaves unsaid. Yuki leaned back, listening to the faint rustle of wind outside. The garden's scent drifted in again, and for a moment, she imagined the writer. Perhaps a man in his 30s, a scholar, sitting by the same window more than 60 years ago, writing with the same morning light falling across the paper. She could almost see him, his brush poised above the page, pausing to listen to the rain, or to the distant bell from the temple. She unfolded the second letter. Kyoto, April 2, 1962. Dearest Aiko, the cherry blossoms have come and gone, but the plums still hold their fragrance. They are stubborn, like you were, refusing to let go even when the wind insists. Yesterday, a young monk asked me why I stay here. I told him the truth because I am waiting for a scent I once knew. Do you remember the morning we planted the small tree near the gate? It has grown now, and though I cannot tell if it misses you, I like to think it still listens for your footsteps. If you should ever return, follow the fragrance, it will lead you home. H. Yuki let out a breath she hadn't realized she was holding. Outside, a breeze moved through the garden, and for a brief instant, the scent of plum blossoms filled the entire room. It felt as though the letter had awakened the air itself. She sat back, eyes unfocused, listening to the sounds of the morning. Somewhere, someone was sweeping the path. A child laughed near the river. The world continued, as it always did. And yet, within her, something small and luminous stirred a sense of recognition, not of the people in the letters, but of their longing. She understood it. The way love could remain in a place long after the people had gone. The way a scent could carry a memory longer than words ever could. The third letter was shorter, and the handwriting slightly unsteady. Kyoto, February 28, 1963. Dearest Aiko, the blossoms will open soon. I do not think I will be here to see them this year. If anyone should find these letters, let them return them to the garden. It has a better memory than I do now. All things return to fragrance, in the end. Yuki closed her eyes. The room was utterly still. The air felt thick with something unspoken, not sorrow, exactly, but the quiet fullness that follows it. She placed the letters back together, tied the silk ribbon again, and set them gently on the desk. Outside, the sunlight shifted. She rose and opened the window fully. The scent of the garden flowed in the same fragrance H had written about, the same one that had filled this room decades ago. She imagined Aiko returning, perhaps years later, finding these letters just as she had. Perhaps she had sat where Yuki sat now, feeling the same strange tenderness, the same ache that was not quite sadness. Time folded quietly around her. For a moment, she felt the past breathing beside her, as if the garden itself held all their memories, layered one upon another, like petals falling year after year. When the temple bell rang in the distance, Yuki gathered her shawl and stood by the window. The festival would begin soon. Lanterns would be hung, children would laugh, and the plum trees would glow in the evening light. She glanced once more at the letters. Then, on impulse, she took a small sheet of her own stationery from her notebook and began to write. Kyoto, March 14, 2025. Dear H. The plum blossoms are open again in your garden. The air still carries your words, and the scent still remembers you. I found your letters this morning, and though I do not know your faces, I think I understand your silence. Perhaps love does not fade, it simply becomes fragrance. Yours sincerely, a traveler passing through Bayan. She folded the page, placed it on top of the old letters, and tied the ribbon once more. As she left the room, a single petal drifted down from the open window, landing gently on the desk beside the letters. It was white, with a faint blush at its edge like the breath of dawn. Outside, the garden shimmered with light. The air was filled with fragrance, and the sound of distant bells calling the town to the festival. Chapter 5: The Plum Festival in the Temple Grounds. The evening light was fading when Yuki left the inn. A pale mist drifted along the stone path, softening the outlines of everything: the tiled roofs, the slender branches, the small wooden signs pointing toward the temple. She wrapped her shawl tighter around her shoulders. The air was cool, but not cold, the kind of air that hinted at spring, carrying the faintest sweetness of new blossoms. From somewhere up ahead came the muffled sound of drums, a slow, steady rhythm, like the beating of a calm heart. The path to the temple wound between rows of old plum trees. Lanterns hung from their branches, each one glowing softly, as though the blossoms themselves had caught fire. Children ran ahead, laughing, their paper masks bouncing against their cheeks. Old women walked together, their hands tucked into their sleeves, their voices low and content. The scent of roasted chestnuts drifted through the air, mingled with the aroma of sweet sake and grilled fish. Everything was alive, but gently so, as if the festival, like the town itself, knew how to celebrate without breaking the quiet. At the temple gate, Yuki paused. The wooden pillars were wrapped in white cloth, and a line of plum branches arched overhead, forming a kind of living entranceway. Beyond it, the courtyard shimmered with light. Hundreds of lanterns floated in the dusk, their reflections trembling in shallow bowls of water. The air was filled with voices, the low murmur of prayer, the bright laughter of children chasing each other among the trees. And above it all, the fragrance. A deep, sweet, unmistakable scent of plum blossoms, thick enough to taste. It was as if the night itself had become perfume. Yuki walked slowly among the trees. Their branches bent low with flowers, each petal pale as milk, some with a blush of pink at the edges. The ground beneath them was soft with fallen petals, and when she stepped, they rose slightly in the air like snow. A man selling incense called out softly, offering small paper sachets tied with red string. Yuki bought one and held it close to her face. It smelled faintly of sandalwood and plum. Made with blossoms from this very temple, the man said with pride. They dry them when the season ends, and mix them with cedar ash and resin. When burned, the smoke smells like spring itself. Yuki smiled and thanked him. She tucked the sachet into her sleeve. At the center of the courtyard stood a large stone basin filled with water. Floating candles drifted across its surface, their flames trembling with every whisper of wind. A group of monks was lighting more candles, their robes rustling softly as they moved. The temple bell rang once low, resonant, rolling through the air like a slow wave. The sound seemed to brush against her skin. It was the same bell she heard every morning from her in-room, but tonight it carried something different, not solitude, but belonging. Yuki found a quiet spot near one of the smaller shrines. An old woman was arranging offerings, bowls of salt, small dishes of fruit, and a handful of white blossoms placed gently on a wooden tray. She noticed Yuki watching and smiled. "You came alone?" the woman asked. Yuki nodded. "Yes. I'm staying at Bayan, the old inn near the river." "Ah, Bayan," the woman said warmly. "The inn of plum trees. My father worked there long ago, when I was a girl. The garden was always full of fragrance." Her voice softened. "I remember a teacher who used to stay there every spring. He wrote letters in English. Such a kind man. I think he must be gone now." Yuki's breath caught slightly. The name was not spoken, but she knew. The letters she had found that morning belonged to him. The woman looked up at the trees. "Every year, when the blossoms open, I think of those who left. Some things fade, but not the scent of plum." She turned back to Yuki. "Would you like to light a candle for someone?" Yuki hesitated, then nodded. The woman handed her a small white candle and a match. Yuki knelt by the basin, struck the match, and touched the flame to the wick. It flared gently to life, its reflection shimmering in the water below. She whispered, though she wasn't sure to whom, perhaps to H, perhaps to herself. "Thank you," she murmured. As night deepened, music began slow, circular, hypnotic. The sound of taiko drums rose and fell, their rhythm echoing off the temple walls. Men in white robes moved in a procession, carrying branches of plum and strings of paper charms. The crowd parted as they passed, bowing their heads. The air trembled with drum beats, yet remained tender, as if even the rhythm understood the fragility of the blossoms. Yuki walked toward the edge of the temple grounds, where the crowd was thinner. There, a row of food stalls lined the path: grilled mochi, steamed buns, hot amazake. She bought a cup of the sweet rice drink, its warmth seeping into her hands. The flavor was mild, like the color of the evening sky. Nearby, a young girl was trying to catch falling petals in her palms. When she succeeded, she laughed softly and showed them to her mother, tiny white treasures that melted almost as soon as they were caught. Yuki watched them, smiling. Something about that small gesture, trying to hold beauty for just a moment, felt deeply human. When the moon rose, silver light fell across the temple roof. The drums faded, and a monk began to chant a slow, melodic prayer carried by the night wind. Yuki stood among the crowd, hands folded in front of her, and closed her eyes. She could smell the plum blossoms, hear the murmur of voices, and feel the faint warmth of the candle she had lit still lingering in her palms. The sound of the chant wove through everything, gentle as breath. It seemed to rise and fall with her heartbeat. For a long moment, there was no difference between sound and silence, between the world and herself. Only stillness, fragrant, luminous, and alive. When she finally opened her eyes, the moon had climbed high above the temple. The petals looked almost translucent in its light. She began to walk back toward the gate. As she passed the basin, she saw her candle still floating there, its flame steady, reflected endlessly in the dark water. The old woman caught her eye and nodded, smiling. "May the fragrance follow you," she said softly. Yuki bowed. "And may you always find the spring," she replied. The walk back to Bayan was quiet. The festival sounds faded behind her, replaced by the steady murmur of the river. When she reached the inn, the garden was bathed in moonlight. The branches swayed gently, casting shadows on the snow-white walls. She paused at the entrance and inhaled deeply. The scent was everywhere, soft, sweet, endless. It filled her lungs, and with it came a feeling she hadn't known in years: peace. That night, as she lay beneath the futon, the echo of drums still lingered faintly in her chest. Outside, a breeze passed through the trees, and a few petals fell against the shoji. She thought of the letters on her desk, the old woman's smile, the candlelight on the water. Somewhere between waking and dreaming, she whispered into the darkness, "Perhaps love never ends. It just changes shape from words, to scent, to light." And with that thought, she drifted softly into sleep. Chapter 6: Moonlight over the garden. The sound that woke her was not loud. Perhaps it was the sigh of wind slipping through the garden, or the soft creak of wood adjusting to the cool of night. For a few moments, Yuki lay still, her eyes half open in the dark, unsure whether she was truly awake. The world felt suspended, as if even time had chosen to rest. She sat up slowly, pushing aside the futon. The room was silver with moonlight, the kind that softened every edge, turning the tatami into pale silk. Outside the shoji, the shadows of plum branches swayed, their petals falling soundlessly onto the veranda. The air carried that same scent, sweet, faint, endlessly familiar. It was as if the entire garden breathed in rhythm with her. She slid open the shoji. The night was luminous, bathed in a silver glow that seemed almost alive. Every leaf, every tile, every drop of dew reflected the moon's quiet fire. The plum trees stood like figures in meditation, their blossoms glowing softly, each one a small moon of its own. A cool breeze brushed her cheek. The world felt transparent, fragile enough to vanish if she spoke too loudly. Barefoot, she stepped out onto the wooden veranda. The boards were cold beneath her feet, smooth and ancient. She listened. Somewhere, far away, a nightingale called once, then fell silent. The sound seemed to ripple through her, a reminder that even in stillness, life continued its secret music. She walked toward the edge of the garden, where the stone path curved between the trees. Her shadow followed, soft and uncertain. The air shimmered with scent not only of plum, but also of moss, of water, of wood long polished by hands and time. Each breath she took felt deeper, as though she were inhaling not air, but memory itself. At the center of the garden stood the old stone basin. By day, it held clear water and fallen petals. Now, under the moon, it was a mirror, a still, perfect circle reflecting the sky. When Yuki knelt beside it, she saw her face mingled with clouds and branches. For a moment, she could not tell where reflection ended and reality began. A single petal drifted down, touched the surface, and set a ring of ripples moving outward. The motion was slow, graceful, inevitable, like time itself resuming after a long pause. She thought of the letters she had read that morning, the ones written by the teacher long ago. His words seemed to linger in the air even now. If you should ever return, follow the fragrance, it will lead you home. She whispered the line aloud, and her voice felt strange in the open air, softer than she remembered it. The garden seemed to listen. The ripples faded. The scent deepened. Yuki closed her eyes. Behind her eyelids, she saw light not from the moon, but from memory. The festival lights, the old woman's smile, the candle floating in the basin. And then, another image, a man seated at this very spot, writing by lamplight, his brush moving with careful patience. She could almost hear the scratch of ink, the rustle of paper. The scent of plum was thicker then, and the night felt the same, a hush that held everything in balance. Her eyes opened again. The garden looked unchanged, yet there was a presence not visible, but felt. It was not ghostly, nor frightening, but tender, as if someone unseen shared her breath. Perhaps it was the teacher, or perhaps only the memory of longing itself. She smiled faintly and whispered into the stillness, "Thank you for keeping this place alive." The wind moved again, rustling the branches in reply. Several petals fell, brushing her shoulder as they passed. A small light flickered near the corner of the garden, a candle someone had forgotten to extinguish after the festival. Its flame wavered, illuminating a small stone lantern beside it. Drawn to it, Yuki crossed the stepping stones, the hem of her robe whispering against the moss. She knelt beside the candle. Its wick was nearly gone, but it still burned, steady and soft. She cupped her hands around it to shield it from the wind. For a long while, she watched the tiny flame. In its light, she saw the reflection of the blossoms, their petals drifting like faint snowfall. It struck her that the candle's flame and the moon's glow were the same light, just wearing different forms. One borrowed from wax, the other from distance, both destined to fade, yet both, for now, radiant. As she sat there, time loosened its hold. She no longer knew how long she had been awake, or even if she had truly awakened at all. Perhaps she was still dreaming a dream woven from light, fragrance, and quiet breath. It did not matter. What mattered was the stillness, a stillness so complete that it no longer felt empty. It felt full of memory, of scent, of unseen presence. Yuki rose slowly. Her feet made no sound on the moss. When she looked up, the moon had climbed higher, its light falling directly across the plum trees. The petals shone white as silk. A few drifted down, and she reached out instinctively, catching one in her palm. It lay there, weightless, trembling. For a heartbeat, she imagined it was a word, one written long ago, slipped free from the page to find her. She brought it close to her lips and whispered, "I remember." The wind lifted, and the petal flew away. When she finally returned to her room, the air inside was warmer. Her futon still held the shape of her body, and the faint scent of incense lingered. She left the shoji open, letting the moonlight spill across the floor. Before lying down, she paused once more at the desk. The bundle of letters was there, their silk ribbon gleaming faintly in the light. She touched them gently, not to read again, but to acknowledge their presence, their quiet companionship. Then she whispered, almost to herself, "Good night, H." When she lay back under the futon, the sound of the wind through the plum branches emerged with her breathing. The scent drifted through the room, fainter now, but still there, like a memory that refuses to fade. Her eyelids grew heavy, and just before she drifted into sleep, she thought she heard a voice, a man's voice, soft and distant, carried on the wind. "Follow the fragrance." Then all was still. Outside, the moonlight rested on the garden, and the blossoms shone as if dreaming themselves. Chapter 7: The Old Calligrapher. The morning after the moonlit night was unusually still. Even the birds seemed hesitant to break the quiet. The sky was pale, almost colorless, that soft gray blue that exists only in early spring, just before the sun decides to rise. Yuki sat on the veranda of Bayan, a cup of tea steaming gently in her hands. The fragrance of plum blossoms was lighter now, as though the trees were resting after their moonlit brilliance. In its place came the faint, dry scent of paper and smoke from a distant chimney. Somewhere beyond the inn's bamboo fence, she heard the rhythmic brush of a broom sweeping the ground. It was a steady, thoughtful sound, the kind of movement that seemed less about cleaning and more about meditation. When she finished her tea, she wrapped her shawl around her shoulders and decided to take a walk. The path behind Bayan led through a grove of bamboo, their stalks rising like green pillars into the morning mist. The sound of wind moving through them was unlike any other, a shifting whisper, part sigh, part song. At the end of the grove stood a small wooden gate. Beyond it was a simple house, its roof dark with age, its garden full of stones and moss arranged in perfect asymmetry. A sign hung by the gate, its brushwork graceful yet powerful, Rensato calligrapher. Yuki hesitated for a moment, then stepped closer. The gate was slightly open. Inside, an old man was kneeling beside a stone basin, rinsing his brush. His movements were slow but precise, as though even washing the tools was a form of writing. He looked up when he sensed her presence. His eyes were calm, clear like those of someone who had spent his life listening more than speaking. "Good morning," Yuki said softly, bowing. He smiled. "Good morning. You're staying at Bayan, aren't you?" She nodded, surprised. "You know the inn?" He chuckled, rinsing the brush once more. "Everyone here knows Bayan. I used to stay there in my younger days when the owner's father still ran it." The plum trees were already old then. He wrung the brush gently, then gestured toward the open sliding door. "Would you like to come in? The ink is fresh, and the morning light is good for writing." Inside, the house smelled of ink and cedar. The air was cool, quiet, and filled with that faint sweetness unique to old paper. A low table stood in the center of the room, covered with sheets of white washi, each marked with a single elegant character. Some were bold, their strokes thick with confidence, others were faint, as if written in a whisper. A small brazier in the corner held glowing coals, and beside it rested a kettle, murmuring. Rensato knelt beside the table, motioned for Yuki to sit opposite him, and poured her tea. The steam rose between them, blurring their reflections in the lacquered surface of the table. He dipped his brush into the inkstone. The movement was slow, deliberate, accompanied by the faintest sound, the soft circle of brush against stone, like a breath drawn and released. He began to write. The brush moved across the page with the confidence of water following a familiar path. Each stroke seemed less like action and more like listening. When he finished, he set the brush down and looked at her. "Do you know what this says?" Yuki leaned forward. The character was graceful yet firm, its lines perfectly balanced. "It means fragrance?" she guessed. He smiled. "Yes, Ka. Shang." He rotated the paper slightly so that the morning light fell across it. "Fragrance is not only scent," he said. "It is the memory left behind by what is no longer here." He reached for another sheet, his movements unhurried. "When I was young," he continued, "I used to think calligraphy was about beauty. I wanted to make every line perfect." He lifted the brush, pausing above the paper. "But over time, I realized that perfection is lifeless. True writing breathes, it carries the rhythm of the person's heart." He pressed the brush down gently. The first stroke bled slightly, as if the ink itself were exhaling. "Each word," he said quietly, "is a trace of presence." And each space he gestured to the blank paper surrounding the character is the trace of absence. Yuki listened, mesmerized. The air in the room felt different now, not heavy, but deep, as though every breath she took carried weight. He poured more tea, then looked at her thoughtfully. "You have the look of someone who listens," he said. "May I ask what brings you to this town?" Yuki hesitated. "I needed to rest," she said finally. "Tokyo became too loud." He nodded. "Yes. Noise isn't only sound. Sometimes it's thought, expectation, even memory." He gestured toward the garden. "When I was younger, I tried to make silence by isolating myself. But silence is not the absence of things, it is the space between them." He picked up another brush. "This," he said, drawing a slow curve in the air, "is breath. Without breath, there is no writing. Without pause, there is no meaning." Yuki felt something loosen inside her, something she hadn't noticed she was holding. For months, perhaps years, she had been living without pause, filling every space with work, words, or worry. Now, in this quiet room, she realized how much of her life had been written without breath. She looked at the brush in his hand. "Would you teach me?" she asked softly. Ren smiled. "The brush teaches itself. You only need to be present." He handed her one. Its handle was smooth, its tip stained faintly with past ink. He placed a clean sheet of paper before her. "Don't think of the character. Just breathe. The brush will follow." She closed her eyes, took a slow breath in, and released it. When she opened them, the world seemed quieter. The faint hum of the kettle, the distant wind in the bamboo, the steady rhythm of her heart all were part of the same stillness. She dipped the brush into the ink, watched the bristles darken, then brought it to the paper. The first stroke trembled slightly, but she let it be. She drew another and another. Her hand began to move more naturally, as though the ink knew where to go. Ren watched in silence. When she finally set the brush down, the paper bore a single, uneven line, simple, imperfect, but alive. He smiled. "There. You've written silence." They shared tea again after that, the light shifting slowly across the tatami. Yuki looked around the room, the inkstone, the papers drying on the line, the faint smoke curling from the brazier. Everything seemed to belong to a rhythm older than speech. When she rose to leave, Ren handed her the paper she had written. "Take this," he said. "It will remind you that even stillness moves." She bowed deeply. "Thank you." He smiled, his eyes bright. Fragrance, silence, ink, they are all the same thing in the end. They fade, but they never disappear. Outside, the sun had risen fully, casting long golden stripes through the bamboo grove. Yuki walked slowly, the paper held gently in her hand. The air smelled of ink, moss, and plum, a scent both ancient and alive. When she reached the path leading back to Bayan, she paused and turned. Through the open gate, she saw Ren still seated before his desk, his brush poised above a new sheet of paper, as if writing the breath of the world itself. She bowed once more, then continued on her way, each step light, each breath clear. Chapter 8: A Walk Through the Bamboo Grove. The next morning, the sky was the pale blue of porcelain. A faint mist hung above the roofs of the town, and the first light of day glimmered along the edges of the tiled eaves. The world was still half asleep. Its sounds softened the murmur of a stream, the distant bark of a dog, the occasional clack of a wooden gate. Yuki slipped out of Bayan quietly, her scarf loose around her shoulders, the paper that Ren Sato had given her tucked safely into her sleeve. The inked line, that uneven, trembling mark, felt alive beneath the folded cloth, as though the silence it represented was still breathing beside her. The road leading to the bamboo grove curved gently uphill, lined with stone walls blanketed in moss. Drops of dew clung to the narrow leaves, each one catching a shard of sunlight. As she walked, Yuki's footsteps echoed softly against the damp stones of the path. It was not the sound of walking. She realized it was the sound of time passing gently beneath her feet. A faint wind moved through the trees, and with it came the fragrance of plum blossoms from somewhere far behind her, the inn, perhaps, or a forgotten garden. She stopped once, turned, and caught sight of a single petal drifting in the air, white, weightless, spinning slowly before disappearing into the mist. The bamboo grove began like a whisper. At first, there were only a few stalks, scattered along the edge of the path. Then suddenly, the forest gathered around her, tall green pillars rising into a ceiling of light and shadow. The air was cooler here. The scent of the earth deepened, and the sounds of the world changed. No wind, only the faint creak of bamboo bending, the soft tap of leaves touching, the hidden drip of water onto stone. Each sound seemed to emerge from silence and then dissolve back into it, like brushstrokes fading into paper. Yuki paused, closing her eyes. The lesson of the old calligrapher returned to her without breath: there is no writing. She inhaled slowly. The air was damp, fragrant with green. Her breath mingled with the rhythm of the grove, the swaying bamboo, the pulse of the earth beneath her feet. For a long while, she simply stood there, breathing. Each exhale seemed to draw the forest closer. Each inhale carried her deeper into its stillness. And then, from somewhere above, a small bird began to sing. Its notes were clear, round, and sparse, not a song for others, but simply an affirmation of being. The bamboo trembled faintly in response, and the forest seemed to listen. The path curved again, leading to a clearing. A narrow stream wound through the grove, its water clear as glass, sliding over smooth stones. Yuki knelt beside it. The water's surface mirrored the bamboo overhead, a shifting lattice of green and silver. She reached out, letting her fingers touch the surface. The coldness startled her at first, but then she smiled. The water moved on, leaving her hand glistening in the pale light. She remembered Ren's words: silence is not the absence of things. It is the space between them. The flow of the stream, the pause between drops, was its own kind of silence. Across the stream stood a small wooden bench, barely visible among the ferns. She crossed the narrow stones and sat down. From there, the grove stretched endlessly, a living sea of green. The wind rose slightly, and the bamboo swayed in slow unison, their leaves brushing one another with a sound like gentle rain. Yuki leaned back, letting her eyes wander upward. The light filtering through the canopy was constantly changing, now gold, now silver, now a soft green glow. It reminded her of the way ink dried on paper, each shade revealing the breath of its maker. After some time, she heard footsteps approaching. Soft, deliberate, the kind of step that belongs to someone who walks with intention. She turned. An elderly woman appeared, wearing a faded indigo kimono and carrying a small woven basket. When their eyes met, the woman smiled. "Good morning," she said gently. "You're from the inn, aren't you?" Yuki nodded. "Yes, Bayan." The woman set down her basket, which was filled with green shoots and herbs. "I gather young bamboo leaves for tea," she said. "The season is short. You must come at just the right time. Too soon and they're bitter, too late and they lose their fragrance." She handed Yuki a few leaves, their color fresh and tender. "Smell," she said. Yuki did and was surprised by the delicate sweetness, a scent that seemed to hold both rain and sunlight. The woman smiled knowingly. "Every fragrance has its moment," she said. "Just like people." She gathered her basket again and began to walk away, her figure dissolving into the green light. Yuki watched her until she disappeared, the sound of her footsteps blending into the rustle of bamboo. She sat there for a while longer, listening. There was no need for thought, only sound, scent, breath. When she finally stood to leave, the forest seemed to bow slightly, as if acknowledging her presence. The wind carried the faintest echo of the old calligrapher's voice. Even stillness moves. The return path wound gently downhill. Sunlight filtered through the bamboo, painting shifting patterns on the moss. Yuki walked slowly, her hand brushing against the cool stalks as she passed. When she reached the edge of the grove, she stopped once more and looked back. From where she stood, the bamboo shimmered like a green ocean, each stalk a note in a silent melody. The paper in her sleeve rustled softly, a whisper of ink and silence. She smiled. The grove, the stream, the scent of bamboo, they were all part of the same quiet breath. When she returned to Bayan, the inn was bathed in late morning light. The owner was sweeping the garden, his movements slow and measured. He looked up as she approached. "You went to the grove," he said, smiling. "You have the look of someone who has walked among whispers." Yuki laughed softly. "Maybe I did." He nodded. "Then you've met the real teachers of this place. The wind, the water, the bamboo, they all write their lessons in silence." That night, as she lay on the futon by the shoji window, Yuki could still hear the forest in her mind. The swaying leaves, the trickle of water, the breath between sounds. They filled her like a quiet song. She closed her eyes. Her hand brushed against the paper from Ren Sato. It no longer felt like ink on a page, but like something living, something that had learned to breathe through her. And as sleep came gently upon her, she imagined the bamboo bending in the moonlight, each stalk whispering a single word that no one needed to speak aloud. Chapter 9: The Fragrance of Memory. Night came softly to Bayan. The sky was neither dark nor light, but painted in a deep indigo hue that seemed to hold its own quiet breath. The wind had calmed, and the scent of plum blossoms lingered in the garden stronger than before, as if the darkness itself had drawn it closer. Yuki sat by the shoji window, her futon folded neatly behind her, a small lamp casting a pool of golden light. On the low table before her, a cup of tea steamed gently, its fragrance mingling with that of the flowers outside. She had meant to write a letter, perhaps to no one in particular. But the paper before her remained blank, the brush resting across the inkstone like a sleeping bird. The sound of the temple bell drifted through the air deep, distant, as if it had traveled from another lifetime. When the echo faded, the silence that followed felt even deeper, like the pause between breaths. Yuki lifted her gaze to the garden. Beyond the shoji, the plum trees glowed faintly under the moonlight, their petals pale against the darkness. The sight stirred something familiar within her, a fragment of another night, long ago. Tokyo. Winter. The window of her small apartment fogged with breath. Outside, snow was falling against the neon lights. Inside, she sat by the desk, surrounded by papers, books, deadlines, the quiet chaos of a life too full to feel. There had been someone then. His name came to her slowly, like a word half forgotten. Rio. He was a photographer. He used to say that light was a kind of memory, that even when a photograph fades, what it captured still exists, somewhere between sight and scent. She remembered their mornings together, how he would wake before dawn, make coffee, and quietly open the curtains. "Listen," he used to whisper. "Even the city has its silence, if you wait long enough." He would stand there, watching the slow arrival of daylight on the rooftops of Shinjuku, his camera resting loosely in his hands. Sometimes he would photograph her not posing, not smiling, just sitting there in her robe, watching the steam rise from her cup. He said the light looked different on her skin in winter, soft like first snow. But seasons pass quickly in the city. Work became heavier, days blurred into nights. Deadlines replaced mornings. Silence was drowned by the hum of trains and screens. They drifted apart without anger, only exhaustion. Two lives moving at different speeds, like trains on parallel tracks. When he left, he took nothing with him but his camera. She found a single note on the table: "When spring comes, remember to open the window." She never did. Until now. Yuki closed her eyes. The scent of the plum blossoms grew stronger, folding around her like a memory that breathed. It was not the scent of flowers alone, but of something deeper, something that had waited patiently inside her, like ink drying beneath years of silence. She rose and slid the shoji open. Cold air spilled into the room, carrying with it the sound of the stream and the faint rustle of branches. The garden shimmered with moonlight. Petals drifted through the air, settling on the stones, on the wooden veranda, on her hair. She stepped outside barefoot. The ground was cool, the night air almost sweet. Every breath carried the scent of plum, soft and translucent. She walked slowly toward the old stone lantern, where the light flickered faintly, its flame sheltered by glass. She knelt beside it, watching the tiny flame dance, and thought of Rio again, of the way he had once cupped his hands around a candle in a cafe during a power outage, saying, "Even a small light has a long memory." She whispered his name, and it didn't hurt. It floated out into the night, carried away like smoke, becoming part of the scent, part of the air. A breeze moved through the garden. The plum trees swayed gently, their blossoms trembling as if listening. In that moment, she felt the presence of everyone who had ever loved and left, everyone whose voice had once touched hers. They were not gone. They were simply fragrance, unseen but everywhere. The calligrapher's words came back to her. Fragrance is the memory left behind by what is no longer here. She breathed it in deeply, fully, until her lungs felt like part of the night. Somewhere in the distance, a wind chime rang a delicate, lonely sound. Yuki looked up and saw the first hint of dawn rising beyond the hills. The sky was paling, its darkness dissolving into gray. The scent of plum was fading too, softening as the air grew lighter. It felt like a goodbye, but not a sad one. She returned to her room, closing the shoji gently behind her. The lamp still burned on the table. Beside it, the brush and the paper waited. She sat down and dipped the brush into the ink. This time, her hand didn't tremble. She wrote slowly, each stroke deliberate, like breathing. When she finished, she leaned back and looked at the single word she had written. Haru. Spring. The sun rose softly over Bayan, touching the edges of the paper, turning the ink to a faint sheen of silver. Yuki smiled. The fragrance of plum blossoms was still in the air, not strong, not fading, just enough to remind her that memory, like scent, never truly disappears. It changes form. It becomes air. It becomes breath. And as she lay down, the morning light settling over her face, she felt, for the first time in years, that the silence within her was no longer empty. It was alive. Chapter Chapter 10 The Last Blossoms. The wind had changed. It was gentler now, warmer, carrying with it a faint dryness that spoke of the coming spring. The days had lengthened, and the snow that once clung to the shadows was now only a memory, a glimmer of silver beneath the moss. In the garden of Bayan, the plum blossoms had begun to fall. They drifted slowly, like flakes of white paper cut loose from heaven, gathering on the stones, on the roof tiles, on the dark surface of the pond. Yuki stood beneath one of the trees, watching a single petal spin in the air. It turned once, twice, then came to rest on her sleeve. The petal was perfect, its edges unbroken, its color soft as breath. For a moment, she simply looked at it, then gently brushed it away. It floated downward, joining the thousands that already covered the earth. And yet, as she watched, she felt no sadness. Only a quiet gratitude, the kind that comes when something beautiful has lasted just long enough. The innkeeper's wife came out with a broom, her sleeves tucked neatly, her hair tied back with a ribbon faded by the sun. "You can sweep all morning," she said with a laugh, "but the blossoms will always fall faster than you can catch them." Yuki smiled. "Then maybe they don't want to be caught." The woman nodded, continuing her slow, rhythmic sweeping. "The trees know when to let go," she said. "We humans are the ones who struggle with it." Later that day, Yuki sat on the veranda with a notebook open on her lap. She had filled several pages since arriving, small notes, fragments of thoughts, observations of scent and sound. But now, she found herself writing less. Words felt unnecessary, like trying to describe water while standing in the rain. Instead, she listened to the sound of the broom, to the distant temple bell, to the soft sigh of petals against the wind. The world seemed to be writing itself. She thought of Ren Sato, the old calligrapher. She had visited him again 2 days earlier, bringing him a small pouch of tea leaves. He had smiled when he saw her. "Ah," he said, "you've learned to walk like ink, slow and steady." They had shared tea in silence, and before she left, he handed her a new sheet of paper. On it, a single character, Kong-ku. Emptiness. He had explained, people think emptiness means loss. But true emptiness is space, the room where everything can return. Now, as Yuki watched the petals fall, she understood. Each blossom that left the branch was not lost, but returning to air, to earth, to silence. By late afternoon, the sky turned pale gold. The light fell across the garden in long, slanting beams, illuminating the petals scattered like snowdrifts. The fragrance of the blossoms had softened, no longer sweet, but faintly bitter, as if infused with memory. Yuki breathed it in deeply. The scent carried a quiet ache, but also peace. She realized then that the fragrance of the plum never meant to last. It was meant to fade so that the heart could listen more deeply. As twilight approached, the innkeeper lit the paper lanterns along the veranda. Their glow shimmered in the cooling air, casting gentle circles of light over the fallen petals. Yuki helped carry the lanterns out, her fingers brushing against the warm paper. The innkeeper smiled at her. "Tomorrow, we'll begin preparing for the cherry blossoms," he said. "The seasons never rest." Yuki looked at the trees, their branches half bare, and nodded. "I think I understand that now." That night, she wrote a letter. Not to anyone in particular, perhaps to herself, or perhaps to the silence that had kept her company all this time. The letter was simple. "Today, the last blossoms fell. I watched them without trying to keep them. I think that is what peace feels like. Not the absence of longing but the acceptance of its rhythm." She folded the letter, placed it inside the notebook, and set it by the window. Outside, the moon was rising round and full, its light turning the fallen petals to silver. As she prepared for bed, a faint breeze slipped through the cracks of the shoji, carrying with it the last whisper of the plum's fragrance. She lay down, feeling it drift through the room, a scent so light it might have been imagined. But it was there, real and present, like the touch of a memory that no longer hurt. Her eyes grew heavy. The rhythm of her breath matched the rhythm of the wind, and for a moment, she felt as though she were breathing with the whole garden, with the earth itself. In her dream that night, she stood once more beneath the plum trees. But this time, they were neither in bloom nor bare. Their branches shimmered with a light of their own, as if every blossom that had ever fallen had returned in another form, as wind, as scent, as sky. Ryo was there too, his figure indistinct, smiling quietly from the edge of the garden. He said nothing, but his presence was enough. When she reached out her hand, a single petal landed on her palm, warm, alive, and then gone. She woke with tears on her cheeks and a smile. The morning after, Bayan was wrapped in fog. The world was white and quiet, the air thick with moisture. The plum trees stood motionless, their branches empty, their fragrance dissolved into the mist. Yuki stepped outside, her shawl drawn close. The ground was wet with dew, and her footsteps made no sound. For a long while, she simply stood there, watching the fog drift through the trees. There was no sadness, only a deep stillness, the kind that lives beneath words. She turned to look at the inn. Its old wooden beams, the stone path, the paper lanterns, everything seemed both familiar and new. The wind shifted, and for just a second, she thought she smelled the faintest trace of plum. She smiled. Some things never truly leave. They simply learn to return in quieter ways. Chapter 11 Morning Garden. Fragrance of plum blossoms. The morning came quietly, as if it had tiptoed across the mountains to avoid waking the world too soon. A thin mist drifted over Bayonne, softening the lines of roofs and trees, blurring the boundary between sky and earth. In the garden, dew glistened on the moss, and a faint breeze stirred the pond's surface, sending small ripples outward like circles of breath. The plum trees stood still, their branches bare now, dark and graceful against the pale sky. No blossoms remained, no fragrance filled the air, and yet, Yuki could still sense it. It was there in the quiet, in the rhythm of her own heartbeat, in the memory of mornings that had changed her. She had already packed her bag. A few folded clothes, her notebook, the sheet of paper from Rensato-ku, emptiness, and the letter she had written the night before. The innkeeper's wife had prepared breakfast for her miso soup, rice, a slice of grilled fish, and pickled plums that glowed red against the white plate. "Travel safely," the woman said, bowing lightly. "I will," Yuki replied, and then hesitated. "Thank you for everything. For the quiet." The woman smiled. "The quiet was already here," she said. "You just remembered how to hear it." After breakfast, Yuki stepped into the garden one last time. The mist had begun to lift, revealing thin streams of sunlight filtering through the clouds. She walked slowly along the stone path, her steps soft on the damp earth. Each stone seemed familiar now, as though it had watched her learn to walk at a gentler pace. At the edge of the pond, she stopped. A few petals, perhaps carried from another tree or from memory itself, floated on the surface. They spun lazily, catching the faint reflection of the sun. Yuki crouched down, watching them drift. The scent of plum was gone, but something else had taken its place, a scent without a name, fresh, clear, alive. It was the smell of morning itself. The temple bell rang in the distance, low and resonant, its sound rolling across the valley like a breath. With each echo, the air seemed to open wider. Yuki felt a stillness inside her, not emptiness, but space. The kind of space where new things could begin. She thought of Rensato again, of his steady hands, of the brush moving across paper like wind through bamboo. Without breath, there is no writing. She smiled. It was time to begin a new line. She took out her notebook and opened it to a fresh page. The ink from her earlier writing had faded slightly, the edges blurred from being read and reread. She dipped her brush, then paused. Through the shoji of her mind, memories drifted like morning mist. The sound of rain, the calligrapher's voice, Rio's laughter, the fragrance of blossoms falling in the night. They were all here, woven into the silence. She began to write, "Morning. The scent has faded, but its echo remains. Even without fragrance, the heart remembers how to breathe." When she finished, she let the page dry in the light. The ink shimmered faintly, like a reflection on still water. She folded the notebook and slipped it into her bag. Then, taking one last look at the garden, she bowed deeply to the trees, to the stones, to the silence that had held her so gently. The road from Bayan wound down the hill, lined with mossy walls and whispering bamboo. As Yuki began to walk, a faint wind rose behind her, carrying the scent of earth and water. She didn't look back, but as she turned the first corner, the light shifted, and for just a moment, she thought. She smelled plum blossoms again, a soft, invisible trace, lingering in the morning air. It was not a return. It was a continuation, a reminder that every ending is simply another form of beginning. She passed the old calligrapher's house. The gate was open, and she saw him sitting at his table, writing in the same quiet rhythm. He looked up, their eyes met, and he nodded once, a greeting, a farewell, a blessing. She bowed deeply in return and then continued down the path. The sound of his brush followed her, steady, timeless, like a pulse beneath the morning. Beyond the grove, the town began to stir. Shutters opening, water boiling, a child's laughter echoing through the narrow streets. Life was returning, but it no longer felt rushed or loud. It felt like part of the same rhythm that had moved through the bamboo, the blossoms, the silence. Yuki's steps matched that rhythm. Each footfall is a word, each breath is a stroke of ink. When she reached the station, the morning train was waiting, its engine humming softly like a sigh. She found a seat by the window, set her bag beside her, and looked out. The landscape began to move, fields of mist, distant mountains, a single white heron rising from a riverbank. She opened the notebook once more, and on the final page she wrote, "Everything breathes. Even silence. Even goodbye." She closed the notebook, rested her head against the glass, and let the rhythm of the train carry her gently toward whatever waited beyond the hills. Outside, the sunlight grew warmer, filling the world with a soft gold. And somewhere far behind, in the quiet garden of Bayan, a single petal that had clung through the night finally let go. It drifted downward through the air, turning once, twice, before coming to rest on the surface of the pond. The ripples spread outward wide, then wider until the whole garden seemed to breathe again. Evening calm on the Seto Inland Sea. Prologue: the fading light over the inland sea. The ferry moved slowly across the water, its white hull slicing through the stillness of the Seto Inland Sea. The evening light had begun to fade, and the world was wrapped in a color that was neither day nor night. A soft, suspended hour that seemed to belong to another rhythm of time. Aki Takahara stood at the railing, her hands resting lightly on the cool metal, watching the line of distant islands blur into shades of blue and silver. The air carried the faint scent of salt and engine oil, and beneath it, something older, the smell of seaweed drying on hidden rocks, the quiet pulse of tides that had moved through centuries. It was a scent that belonged not to travel, but to returning. She had left Tokyo that morning. A small apartment near the river, boxes half-packed, plants left in the care of a neighbor. She remembered the sound of the city, the trains, the sirens, the endless murmuring of lives overlapping, and realized, with a kind of gentle surprise, that the memory already felt distant. Here, on the deck of the ferry, the noise of the world seemed to have been replaced by the rhythm of water against the hull. Thump, thump, thump. Like a heart that had finally found its natural pace. She took a deep breath, and the wind filled her lungs with the taste of the sea. It was different from the ocean she had known in photographs, softer, enclosed, intimate. The islands broke the horizon like stepping stones, each one catching the last light in its own way. The surface of the water shimmered with streaks of gold and violet, and in some places, it reflected the sky so perfectly that the line between sea and air disappeared. Aki felt a sudden calm, not joy, not sadness, but something like surrender. As if the world had whispered, "You can stop now." She thought of the camera in her bag. It was an old film camera, one she had used long before her career had become a series of deadlines and exhibitions. For the past year, she had taken no photographs, at least, none that mattered. Her editor had called it burnout. Her doctor had called it exhaustion. But Aki had stopped naming things. Sometimes, she thought, a name only closes what should remain open. So she had come here, to this quiet part of Japan where the land folded itself gently into the sea, where people spoke in slow voices, and where, she hoped, nothing demanded to be captured. The ferry's horn sounded a low, resonant note that rolled across the water like the voice of a whale. A few gulls wheeled above the stern, their wings glinting in the last light. Down below, a group of students was taking selfies against the sunset, their laughter echoing up through the decks. Aki smiled faintly. The light caught the edge of her face, turning her hair the color of copper. She raised her eyes toward the horizon. Ahead, the sun was half hidden behind a small island, and its reflection stretched across the water in a path of molten gold. A bridge, leading nowhere and everywhere at once. The ferry passed a fishing boat on its way back to port. An old man stood at the stern, coiling a rope with the ease of long practice. He looked up briefly, and for a moment their eyes met across the distance. He lifted a hand in greeting, a gesture so simple and unhurried that it felt like a blessing. Aki lifted her hand in return. The moment lasted no longer than the ripple that trailed behind the ferry, but something inside her shifted a small, almost invisible turn toward peace. The light deepened. The sea, once blue, was now the color of ink, and the islands had become silhouettes, dark brushstrokes floating on a painted sea. The sound of waves changed too, from a bright lapping to a slower, more measured rhythm. Aki closed her eyes, listening. She could hear the hum of the engine, the creak of metal beneath her feet, and beneath that, a silence that felt alive. It was not the absence of sound, but the presence of stillness. A kind of listening that the city had long taught her to forget. When she opened her eyes again, the first stars were appearing. They trembled faintly, as if reflected by the sea even before the sky was fully dark. She thought of how fragile light could be and yet how constant, how quietly it returned every evening, even after days of rain. The ferry slowed as it neared the island. The deck lights came on, casting soft yellow circles across the water. From the distance came the faint tolling of a bell, a sound carried over the sea, marking neither time nor ceremony, but simply presence. The island came into view, a small harbor, a row of wooden houses climbing the hillside, and a single road that curved toward the interior. It looked, from afar, like a painting that had been left unfinished, edges blurred, colors muted by the dusk. Yet it felt whole, in the way only incomplete things can be. When the ferry docked, Aki was among the last to disembark. The pier was damp beneath her shoes, and the smell of the sea grew stronger, earthy, alive, woven with the faint sweetness of night-blooming flowers. A man in a blue windbreaker waited near the entrance of the harbor. He lifted a small lantern as she approached. "You must be Takahara-san?" he asked, his voice warm and soft. "I'm from Shiin Inn. Welcome to Kazeno Shima." Aki bowed slightly. "Yes. Thank you for coming." He smiled. "The sea's been kind tonight. The wind rests after sunset, we call it the evening calm." They walked together toward the waiting van. The road was narrow, lined with stone walls that held the warmth of the day. Here and there, a window glowed softly, and from one house came the faint notes of a shamisen. The music blended with the sound of the waves, as if both were made of the same quiet longing. Aki looked back once toward the sea, the ferry, the horizon. The water was dark now, but she could still see a thin line of gold where the sun had disappeared. It shimmered faintly, then faded into the deep blue of night. In that moment, Aki felt something she could not name, a stillness that was not emptiness, a peace that did not ask to be held. It was like standing between breaths, between tides, between the leaving and the returning. The driver said softly, "Tomorrow morning, you'll hear the sea before you see it. It's the best sound to wake to." Aki smiled. "I think I'll sleep well tonight." And as the van carried her up the hill toward the inn, the scent of the sea lingered not on her clothes, but somewhere deeper. A place inside her that had been waiting all along. Chapter 1: The inn called Shiin. The van climbed a narrow road that wound gently up the hillside. To Aki's left, the sea glimmered faintly through the trees, a soft silver reflection, shifting with each turn of the wheels. The driver, Mr. Mori, hummed a quiet tune. It was the kind of melody that seemed older than words, as if shaped by the rhythm of oars or the sway of tides. "Almost there," he said at last. "Shiin sits just above the cove. You'll hear the waves before you see them." He was right. A moment later, Aki heard it, a low, unbroken murmur, rising and falling like a long breath drawn by the earth itself. The inn appeared suddenly at the curve of the road, a two-story wooden house, weathered to a soft gray, its windows glowing with warm light. A lantern hung beside the entrance, its paper shade painted with a single character, Chao, tide. The air smelled of salt and pine, and the faint sweetness of tatami drifted out from the open doorway. An elderly woman came out to greet them. She wore a navy kimono with a simple white obi, and her hair, silver and smooth, was tied neatly at the back. "Welcome," she said with a gentle bow. "You must be Takahara-san. We've been expecting you." Inside, the inn was small but full of warmth. Shoji screens divided the rooms, and the floor creaked softly beneath her socks. Aki followed the woman down a short hallway, past a shelf of old seashells and a vase filled with pampas grass. "Your room faces the sea," the woman said. "It's called Yugir, Twilight. My late husband named it. He said that at this hour, the light on the water makes even silence feel golden." She slid open the shoji, and Aki stepped inside. The room was simple, a futon neatly laid out, a small alcove with a flower arrangement, and beyond the paper doors, a veranda overlooking the darkening cove. The sea was close enough that Aki could hear each wave touch the shore. Not crashing, not breaking, just arriving. She set her bag down and stood quietly, listening. The sound filled the space, folding into the air like a lullaby. After a while, the hostess brought tea. "Please, rest. The bath will be ready soon." The tea was green and slightly smoky, its warmth steadying her hands. On the tray beside it was a small dish of dried figs. Their sweetness was quiet, not demanding, but lingering. As she sipped, Aki noticed a framed photograph on the wall, a fishing boat on calm water. Its reflection so clear it seemed to float between two worlds. Beneath it, a small handwritten note read, "She and where the tide and heart share the same rhythm." She smiled at that. It felt true. After unpacking, she slipped on the yukata left in her room and followed the sound of water to the bathhouse at the end of the hall. Steam rose from the cedar tub, filling the room with the scent of wood and minerals. Outside the window, the sea shimmered faintly under the moon. Aki sank into the water, feeling the heat unwind her muscles, her breath matching the rhythm of the waves below. For the first time in months, her mind stopped moving. No images to capture, no deadlines to chase. Only warmth, only sound, only the slow unfolding of presence. When she returned to her room, the futon had been turned down, and a small lamp glowed beside it. The air was cool, and through the open veranda door, the night carried the soft chorus of insects. Somewhere down the hill, a dog barked, once then silence again. She turned off the lamp, but the moonlight was bright enough to outline the waves. It was strange, she thought, how the sea looked both endless and near, how it seemed to belong not only to the earth, but to the heart. She lay down and listened. Each sound became part of a rhythm: the waves, the crickets, the faint rustle of the shoji. Together, they formed a kind of language, older than thought, soft as breath. Aki let herself sink into it, the way a pebble settles into sand. And as sleep began to blur the edges of the world, a memory rose, not sharp, but tender. Her grandmother's house by the sea. The smell of seaweed drying in the sun. Her small hands holding a seashell to her ear, believing she could hear the ocean living inside. Maybe it was never the shell, she thought drowsily. Maybe it was always the sea within me. The thought drifted away like foam, and she slept. Morning came quietly. The sound of the waves was still there, but lighter now, as if they had changed their tone to match the new light. Aki woke slowly, her body unburdened, her breath unhurried. Sunlight filtered through the shoji, painting soft squares of gold across the tatami. She sat up, listening to the inn's gentle morning, the rattle of dishes in the kitchen, the faint creak of wood, the steady sigh of the sea. It felt as though time had thickened, moving in wider, slower circles. After dressing, she slid open the veranda door. The view took her breath for a moment. The sea stretched out below, a perfect mirror of light. Boats drifted like shadows across its surface, and the horizon was softened by a thin veil of mist. Somewhere, a bell rang, the sound clear and round, carried by the wind. The scent of the tide reached her, briny, sweet, filled with sunlight. She thought if silence had a temperature, it would feel like this. Breakfast was served on low trays in the dining room. Grilled fish, rice, miso soup with clams, and pickles bright as jewels. Mr. Mori joined her briefly, pouring tea with practiced grace. "Did you sleep well?" "Yes," she said. "Better than I have in a long time." He nodded. "Good. The sea helps people remember how to rest. It teaches you the same way it teaches the shore, slowly, patiently, wave by wave." Aki smiled, holding the cup between her palms. The steam rose and vanished in the light. For a moment, she imagined it was the breath of the sea itself, greeting the morning. After breakfast, she stepped outside. The air was warm, and cicadas were already singing in the trees. Down the slope, the cove glittered, and a small fishing boat drifted past, its engine barely audible. The sky was endless, and the horizon glowed like brushed silver. Aki took out her camera, then paused. She didn't lift it. Not yet. Instead, she simply looked, allowing the scene to move through her unframed. The wind touched her face, and somewhere deep inside, something began to open quietly, slowly, like the tide returning to shore. Chapter 2: Morning Tides. The morning light unfolded softly over the island, not with the brilliance of sunrise, but with the hush of a secret being slowly revealed. Mist drifted above the water, and the tide had receded, leaving long bands of wet sand that gleamed like silver ribbons beneath the sky. Aki stood barefoot at the edge of the beach. The sand was cool, packed smooth by the retreating waves. Each step left a faint imprint that filled slowly with water, as if the sea were reluctant to let her go. The air was full of scents: salt, pine, and the faint sweetness of seaweed drying on the rocks. In the distance, she could hear the rhythmic clack of oars. A fisherman's small boat moved steadily through the calm water, its reflection doubling the motion in silence. Aki watched until the sound faded, then turned her gaze downward. Tiny worlds lay revealed by the tide. Shallow pools shimmered between rocks, and inside them, small creatures moved with deliberate grace. A crab tracing the edge of a shell, a translucent fish flickering like glass, a sea anemone opening and closing as if breathing. She crouched beside one of the pools, camera in hand, but she did not lift it yet. The light on the water changed too quickly to capture. It rippled and vanished with every shift of the wind. Instead, she let her eyes soften. She looked through the reflection, not at it. The pool became a mirror, but not of her face. It reflected the sky, and the sky, in turn, reflected the sea. For a moment, it was impossible to tell where one began and the other ended. A slow peace began to move through her, not a thought, but something like a tide beneath the ribs. She closed her eyes. The world breathed. The distant gulls called across the bay, and she felt as if they were calling not outward, but inward toward a space she had forgotten how to listen to. When she opened her eyes again, an elderly man was walking along the shore. He wore rubber boots and a straw hat, carrying a net and a small wooden bucket. He noticed her, raised a hand, and smiled. "Good morning," he called. "Low tide's kind today. The sea's showing her quiet side." Aki bowed slightly. "Good morning. You live on the island?" He nodded. "All my life. The sea keeps me company and I try to return the favor." He crouched near one of the tide pools, pointing with the handle of his net. "See that?" Aki leaned closer. A small shell, no bigger than her thumbnail, was gliding slowly across the sand, leaving a faint trail. "Moon snail," the man said. "They move only when they must, but somehow they always end up where they need to be." Aki smiled. "That sounds like a good way to live." The man chuckled. "It is, if you can afford the patience." He straightened, brushing sand from his hands. "You're the guest from Tokyo, aren't you? Shein doesn't get many visitors who stay long. But the sea has her ways. She keeps those who need keeping." He tipped his hat and continued down the shore, his footsteps making no sound against the damp sand. Aki watched him go, the bucket swinging gently in rhythm with the tide. She sat on a driftwood log and finally lifted her camera. The world through the lens looked still, almost too still. The shutter clicked, but the image it captured felt smaller than the moment itself. She lowered the camera again. "Maybe it's not the world that needs to be framed," she thought. "Maybe it's my own seeing." She took another breath, slow, unguarded. The sound of waves filled her again. And for the first time, she felt no difference between watching and being watched. By late morning, the tide had turned. The water crept back, covering the small creatures and their glassy homes. Each ripple seemed to erase a mark, to smooth the story back into silence. Aki stood and brushed the sand from her hands. The wind had shifted, it carried the faint smell of tea leaves and wood smoke from the village. She followed the narrow path up toward the inn, her sandals crunching softly on the gravel. At the top of the slope, she paused to look back. The beach was already changing, footprints dissolving, patterns vanishing. But somehow, the loss didn't feel sad. It felt like a promise that nothing truly gone was ever wasted. Back at Shein, the hostess, Mrs. Sato, was hanging sheets to dry on the veranda. The white fabric fluttered in the sun, catching the sea breeze like sails. "Ah, Takahara-san," she said with a smile. "Did you find something interesting by the shore?" Aki hesitated. "Not something I could photograph, but something I could feel." Mrs. Sato nodded knowingly. "The sea often gives us what we didn't know we needed." She handed Aki a cup of barley tea, still cool with condensation. "Sit a moment. The breeze is kind today." They sat together beneath the eaves, the sound of the sea blending with the rustle of drying sheets. Mrs. Sato pointed toward the horizon. "You see that small island out there? That's called Pays Noura, the Bay of Wind. On still days, it looks close enough to touch, but when the evening breeze comes, it drifts away again." She smiled. "People say it's the island of impermanence, always near, but never quite reachable." Aki looked out at the faint shape across the water, half hidden by haze. "It reminds me of memory," she said softly. "Something you can almost return to, but not quite." Mrs. Sato looked at her for a moment, then nodded. "Yes. But sometimes, we don't need to reach it. Just knowing it's there is enough." Later that afternoon, Aki walked again down the hill, this time without her camera. The tide was higher now, the beach narrower. She found the same piece of driftwood and sat, watching the water reclaim its patterns. Sunlight scattered across the surface, each glint a tiny spark of movement. She let her eyes rest on the horizon, where the blue of the sea met the pale gold of the sky. It was there in that soft, uncertain boundary that she began to understand something. Silence wasn't the absence of sound. It was the space where sound could rest. She stayed until the tide reached her feet, then rose and walked slowly back toward the inn. The world felt lighter, not changed, but gentler. And somewhere deep inside her, beneath all the noise she had once carried, a new kind of rhythm had begun, slow, tidal, and endlessly patient. Chapter 3: The Sound of Cicadas. The afternoon arrived slowly, like warm honey poured over the island. The air shimmered above the stone walls, and every surface roof, leaf, pebble seemed to hum with the weight of summer. Cicadas filled the silence with their endless song. It wasn't just sound, it was a living pulse, rising and falling like breath. Aki sat beneath a persimmon tree beside the inn, a fan resting loosely in her hand. The paper moved lazily back and forth, barely stirring the heat. The world had narrowed to sound the cicadas, the slow ticking of an unseen clock inside Shein, and, far beyond it all, the deep, steady hush of the sea. Mrs. Sato appeared with 2 glasses of iced barley tea. "The first week of August is always like this," she said, smiling. "The heat is heavy, but the air is full of stories. Listen long enough, and you'll hear them." Aki laughed softly. "All I hear are the cicadas." Mrs. Sato nodded. "Yes. But to the old people here, they aren't noise. They say the cicadas sing the names of all the summers that came before." Aki tilted her head. "The names of summers?" "Yes," Mrs. Sato said. "Every cry, every rhythm a memory. You can almost feel it if you stay still long enough." When Mrs. Sato went back inside, Aki remained under the persimmon tree, listening again. At first, it was only sound, dense, relentless, shimmering. But as she softened her attention, the noise began to separate into layers. There were voices not human, but distinct in their tone. Some rose in brief bursts, some trembled long and low. And between them gaps. Moments of quiet, as though even the cicadas needed to breathe. The space between those calls felt like the heartbeat of the island. After lunch, Aki decided to walk through the village. The road curved gently between low houses with tiled roofs. Potted plants lined the doorways, basil, shiso, morning glories climbing toward the eaves. Children's laughter echoed from somewhere unseen, and wind chimes rang faintly in the distance, their glass tones bright against the slow rhythm of the afternoon. Every sound had its own temperature. The chime was cool. The cicadas were hot. The waves beyond the hill were soft and heavy. And together, they created a kind of harmony, a quiet music without melody, meant not for the ear, but for the skin. She came upon a small temple, its wooden gate open to the breeze. Paper lanterns swayed gently, their red and white patterns faded by sun and time. Inside, a young monk was sweeping the stone path. The sound of the broom on the ground was rhythmic, a soft, steady whisper. He looked up and smiled. "Good afternoon. Are you visiting from the mainland?" "Yes," Aki said. "Just for a while." "Then you've come at the right time," he said. "People think summer is loud, but it's actually the season of listening." He leaned the broom against the gate and poured her a cup of cool tea from a thermos. "Listening?" she repeated. He nodded. The cicadas, the wind, even the silence, they all speak at once. But only when your thoughts quiet down enough to make space. They sat together on the temple steps. From here, the sea was visible between the trees, its surface flashing like scales in the sun. Aki took a sip of tea. The bitterness of the barley was grounding, real. The monk gestured toward the trees. "When I was a child, I used to think the cicadas were too loud. I wanted them to stop so I could think. But after years here, I learned that thinking stops only when you listen fully. Now their song is part of my breath." Aki smiled. "That sounds peaceful." He chuckled. "Sometimes. Other times, it's just hot." They both laughed, and for a moment, even the cicadas seemed to pause as if listening to their laughter echo between the leaves. After leaving the temple, Aki walked toward the harbor. The path wound between bamboo groves, where the air felt cooler, filled with the smell of earth and green. The cicadas' voices shifted here higher, sharper, echoing like silver threads in the air. When she emerged from the shade, the world widened again. A burst of sunlight, a wash of sea breeze, and before her, the blue of the Seto Inland Sea, shimmering under the afternoon sun. At the pier, several fishermen were repairing nets. Their hands moved slowly, methodically, each gesture shaped by repetition and calm. One of them, an older woman with sun-darkened skin and clear eyes, waved. "You're the guest from Shein, aren't you?" "Yes," Aki said, stepping closer. "I am. Mrs. Sato told us. You're taking pictures, right?" Aki smiled. "I was. No, I'm mostly watching." The woman laughed. "Good. The sea prefers to be watched. She doesn't like to pose." They talked for a while about the tides, the fish, and the color of the sea. The woman spoke with a rhythm that matched the waves, slow, full of pauses that let the air breathe. At one point, she said, "When you live here long enough, you stop waiting for the sea to change. You change with it." Aki thought about that as the cicadas continued to sing, their song shimmering through the air like heat itself. Change with the sea. Not resist. Not capture. Just drift and return. By late afternoon, the light began to soften. Shadows stretched across the pier, and the water turned from blue to a muted green-gray. Aki walked back toward Shein, the cicadas still singing their endless chorus. But now, their sound no longer pressed upon her. It carried her a current of life that needed no stillness to be calm. She paused at the bend in the road where the temple bell could be seen through the trees. A soft wind passed, and for one brief moment, the cicadas fell silent. In that silence, the entire island seemed to breathe. And then, as if on cue, the song began again, rising from every branch, every field, every invisible space between moments. Aki closed her eyes. She could feel the vibration not just in her ears, but in her skin, her bones, her pulse. And she realized silence was never about the absence of sound. It was the understanding that sound, too, can be still. That night, as she lay in her room with the veranda open to the warm air, the sound of the sea blended with the last distant voices of the cicadas. The waves whispered, the wave breath leaves a sleeping child. She thought again of the monk's words, summer is the season of listening. And as she drifted into sleep, the island's many sounds became one, a single, slow heartbeat beneath the stars. Chapter 4, Letters to the Sea. The morning after the long, cicada-filled day, the air was softer, touched with the faint scent of rain. Clouds drifted low above the Seto inland sea, and the horizon was blurred into a single wash of silver. Aki walked along the shore, her sandals dangling from one hand. The sand was cool beneath her feet, and small ripples of water lapped at her ankles. The world seemed quieter than usual. Even the gulls flew lower, their wings brushing the mist. She had started walking without purpose, but found herself drawn toward the far curve of the bay, a place she hadn't reached before. There, driftwood and shells collected at the tide line, and the air smelled of salt and wet stone. Something glinted between the rocks. Aki bent down and brushed away a strand of seaweed. It was a small glass bottle, its surface clouded by time, its cork sealed tightly. Inside, faintly visible through the glass, was a folded piece of paper. She held it in her palm for a long time, feeling the coolness of the glass. It was light, as if whatever message it held had already begun to fade into the sea. The tide was still retreating, and the waves hissed softly as they drew away, leaving thin lines of foam that dissolved at her toes. Aki turned the bottle over once, then twice. There was no writing on the outside. For a moment, she hesitated. It felt like something sacred, a whisper not meant to be opened too quickly. Still, her curiosity was gentle, not impatient. She found a flat stone and sat down, holding the bottle carefully as she pried the cork loose. The sound of the cork releasing was small, but it carried a soft pop that seemed to echo faintly across the water. Inside, the paper was dry, though yellowed at the edges. She unfolded it slowly, half expecting the words to have faded away. But they hadn't. The handwriting, delicate and looping, was still clear. It read, "To whoever finds this, if the sea has brought my words to you, then perhaps it wanted them to live a little longer. This island is quiet now. The house I loved is empty, and the people I once shared its mornings with have gone to the cities or the beyond. But the tide still comes and goes, and the sound of waves on the rocks is the same as it was when I was young. Sometimes, I think the sea remembers you seven when we no longer remember ourselves. If you walk along the beach at dusk, listen. You'll hear names carried in the water, not loud, not clear, but patient. I hope you, too, will find your name among them someday." K. Aki read the letter twice, then once more in silence. There was no date, no clue to how long it had floated, or from where it had begun its journey. But she felt the age of it not in the ink, but in the tenderness of its tone. Someone had written this not to be answered, but to be heard. She sat for a while, the letter resting on her knees, the bottle beside her in the sand. The sea was rising again, each wave reaching a little higher, as if curious about the message it had carried. Aki thought of the person who had written it, perhaps sitting on another shore, watching another tide. She wondered if they had ever known that their words would reach a stranger years later, in another time, another light. The thought was both sad and comforting that something so small, so human, could cross the wide, patient sea and still arrive whole. She folded the letter carefully and placed it back in the bottle, leaving the cork beside it. Then, she stood, the bottle in her hands. The sea was only a few steps away, its surface darkening under the clouds. She hesitated again, should she keep it, or return it. A breeze touched her cheek, carrying the faint scent of rain. And in that soft movement of air, she thought she heard a whisper, not words, but the feeling of them. So she walked to the edge of the tide, knelt, and let the bottle drift from her fingers. It floated easily, catching the rhythm of the small waves, until the current took it beyond her reach. The sky began to open, a slow drizzle falling like threads of silk. The raindrops merged with the sea, indistinguishable from it. Aki stood there for a long time, the water washing over her feet, her hair damp with mist. For reasons she couldn't name, her chest felt lighter, as though something old and quiet within her had been gently acknowledged. When she returned to Shein, Mrs. Sato was lighting the small altar by the entrance. A single incense stick burned, its smoke curling upward, fragrant and gray. "You got caught in the rain," she said kindly, offering Aki a towel. "Yes. But it was beautiful." Mrs. Sato smiled. "Rain here always is. The sea and the sky talk to each other when it rains." Aki paused. "Do you believe the sea remembers people?" Mrs. Sato tilted her head. "What makes you ask?" Aki told her about the bottle, the letter, the words written inside. When she finished, the older woman nodded slowly. "My husband used to say something like that," she said. "He believed every sound ever made near the sea still lives somewhere in its depths. Laughter, songs, even goodbyes, none of it disappears completely." She looked toward the open veranda, where the rain had begun to ease. "The tide brings them back now and then, for those who still know how to listen." Aki felt a shiver run through her, not fear, but recognition. She realized she had been listening, not just to the waves, but to what lived inside them. That night, the rain stopped. The air smelled of stone and seaweed, fresh and new. Aki sat by the open shoji, the sound of dripping eaves marking time. She thought of the letter again, the words about names carried in the water. She whispered her own name once, quietly, as though offering it to the air. Then she whispered another, a name she had not spoken in years. Her mother's. The sound felt fragile leaving her lips, but it did not vanish. It hung there, blending with the sound of the sea. And for the first time in a long while, it did not hurt to remember. The moon rose late, half veiled by cloud. Its reflection shimmered across the bay, like a path made of light. Aki watched the waves move along that path, each crest and hollow glimmering like breath. Somewhere out there, the bottle drifted, carrying its quiet words toward another shore. And though Aki could not see it, she knew the sea would keep it safe. Just as it kept everything. Just as it kept everyone. Chapter 5: The Lantern Festival. The evening came slowly, as if the sun itself hesitated to sink into the sea. For days, the island had been preparing, small hands and old hands folding paper, writing names. Drawing gentle lines of calligraphy that would soon glow like tiny hearts upon the water. Aki had seen the signs around the village lantern festival to honor those who have gone before. At first, she thought it was simply another local celebration. But when Mrs. Sato explained it to her that morning, her voice had taken on a softness that felt almost sacred. "It is not a festival of sorrow," she said. "It's a night to remind the sea that we remember." By twilight, the village gathered at the shore. The tide was low and patient, the air sweet with incense and the faint scent of grilled fish. Children ran barefoot along the sand, their laughter weaving through the murmur of the crowd. Aki stood beside the small pier, holding a paper lantern in both hands. It was made of thin rice paper, painted with pale plum blossoms. She had written a name inside her mother's in careful, trembling strokes. The sky deepened into indigo, and the first lanterns were placed upon the sea. They drifted outward slowly, their flames flickering in the gentle wind. The water caught the light and multiplied it into 1,000 small suns. A hush fell over the beaches, more lanterns followed. Old men in white cotton jackets, young women in yukata, small children clinging to their parents. Each one released a lantern and whispered something only the sea could hear. The sound was like a prayer, but softer, like the rustle of leaves in the evening breeze. Aki knelt at the edge of the water. The surface reflected her face, half light, half shadow, and for a moment she hesitated. Was it strange, she thought, to speak to someone who no longer answered, to offer light to the waves and believe it might reach another world? Then she remembered her mother's voice, how she used to hum when washing rice, how her hands always smelled faintly of citrus. The memory came not as a picture, but as a scent, a warmth, a sound. Aki smiled. It had been so long since that memory came without ache. She whispered softly, almost shyly, "Thank you." The words trembled in the air like the flame inside the lantern. Then she placed it upon the water. It floated outward, joining the slow river of lights moving toward the horizon. Each lantern carried its own story, its own grief, its own gratitude. And together they became something larger, a breathing, golden trail across the darkening sea. The waves were calm that night, as if the sea itself wished to protect them. Somewhere, a flute began to play low and wandering, its notes curling through the dusk like threads of smoke. The sound was old, familiar, as though it had been echoing here for generations. Aki sat on the pier, her feet dangling just above the water. She watched the lanterns drift farther and farther away until they became a constellation upon the sea. The fishermen said the current would carry them around the island and out toward the open water by dawn. But to Aki, it felt as though they would keep drifting forever, slowly, gently, into the heart of the night. Mrs. Sato came to sit beside her, hands folded neatly on her lap. "Did you write her name?" she asked. Aki nodded. "Yes. Just her name. Nothing else." "That's enough," Mrs. Sato said with a faint smile. "The sea understands names better than we do. It remembers them without words." They sat together in silence, watching the line of lights move farther from shore. After a while, Mrs. Sato spoke again. "When I was young," she said, "I thought these lanterns were meant for the dead, that they were messages sent across the sea to another world. But no, I think it's the other way around." Aki looked at her. The other way? Mrs. Sato nodded. The lanterns are how they remind us to keep living softly, gratefully, without rushing. The words lingered in the air, gentle and weightless. Aki closed her eyes. The sound of the flute faded into the waves. When she opened them again, the sky was darker. Stars were beginning to appear faint, trembling points above the distant line of light on the sea. She thought of the bottle she had released days ago, the letter inside it, still adrift somewhere beyond the island. Perhaps it, too, would cross paths with one of these lanterns, a meeting of two small prayers carried by the same current. Later that night, back at Shein, Aki found she could not sleep. The image of the floating lanterns remained in her mind, shimmering each time she closed her eyes. She rose, slid open the shoji, and stepped out onto the veranda. The air was cool and smelled faintly of ash and sea salt. From a distance, she could still see a few tiny lights far across the water, the last of the lanterns before dawn. She whispered into the stillness, "Mother, I'm all right now." The words were simple, but they carried something new, a weight lifted, a calm acceptance. For a moment, the air seemed to shimmer, as though the sea had listened. Then the waves sighed gently against the shore, and the sound folded itself into the night. Aki stood there until the first light of morning touched the horizon, and the world became pale again. Chapter 6: The Fisherman's Song. The morning after the Lantern Festival was softer than any morning before. The sky, pale blue and cloudless, held the faint afterglow of night, and the sea lay like glass, unbroken, unmoving, as if the world itself had paused to listen. Aki woke early, long before the others stirred. The scent of salt and damp wood lingered through the open shoji, and from somewhere far away, she heard the low hum of an engine, a fishing boat setting out before dawn. She dressed quietly and stepped outside. The air was cool against her skin, the earth beneath her sandals still moist from the night's tide. The sea awaited, silvery and calm, its breath so slow it seemed to dream. By the time she reached the pier, the light had grown stronger, a gentle gold that touched everything: the stones, the boats, the nets hanging to dry. Only one man was there, standing by an old wooden boat, coiling a length of rope with careful hands. He looked to be in his 70s, his face weathered but serene, his movements deliberate, unhurried. When he saw her, he nodded once. "Morning," he said, his voice deep and steady, like the sound of oars dipping into water. "Good morning," Aki replied softly. "I hope I'm not intruding." He smiled faintly. "The sea doesn't mind company. It just asks that you listen." She stepped closer, drawn by his tone. He continued to tie knots in the rope, his fingers sure and rhythmic. "Are you going fishing?" "Every day," he said. "Even when I don't catch much, it's better to go and return than to stay and wait." Aki watched him in silence, then said, almost shyly, "I used to think the sea was always the same. But since I came here, it feels different every morning." The man's eyes lifted to the horizon. "It is always changing," he said. "And that is why it is always the same." They stood together for a moment, the sound of water slapping gently against the pier. "People think the sea speaks in waves," he continued. "But that's not true. The sea speaks in silence. You only hear it when you stop asking questions." Aki smiled. "That sounds like something from a poem." He chuckled, a soft, sandpapered sound. "Maybe. But it's also how we keep from getting lost." "Lost?" He nodded toward the open water. "Out there, everything looks the same. No signs, no roads. You can only tell your direction by listening to the wind, the rhythm of the tide, the pull beneath your feet. It's not the sea that guides you. It's your patience." Aki thought of her own life, how long she had spent rushing from one thing to another, chasing deadlines. Chasing meaning, never staying still long enough to listen. Now, beside this quiet man, the pace of her thoughts began to slow, like ripples fading from a thrown stone. She asked, "Have you lived here all your life?" He nodded. "My father fished here, and his before him. The sea doesn't change much in 100 years, only the hearts of those who leave it." His gaze drifted toward the open water, and his voice softened. "My son lives in the city now. He says there's no future in the sea." There was no bitterness in his tone, only a calm acceptance. Aki hesitated, then said quietly, "I understand that. I used to live in Tokyo, too. I thought the sea was just a place to visit somewhere far away from life." "And now?" Now she paused. "I think life was the noise I added to keep from hearing it." The fisherman smiled, lines deepening at the corners of his eyes. "That means you're beginning to listen." He placed the coiled rope in his boat, then motioned to the seat beside him. "Come," he said. "I'll show you what silence sounds like." Aki hesitated only a moment before climbing in. The wood was cool and damp beneath her hands. The boat rocked gently as the man pushed away from the pier, and soon the shore began to drift backward, the houses shrinking into quiet specks of white. They glided over the surface, the engine a soft murmur beneath the gulls' cries. After a while, the man cut the motor. The world fell into stillness, the kind of stillness that had its own depth. The sea stretched endlessly around them, pale and luminous under the early light. "Listen," he said. At first, Aki heard nothing but the faint hiss of water. Then, slowly, she began to notice layers within the silence, the distant rustle of wind, the heartbeat rhythm of small waves touching the hull, the soft creak of the wooden planks beneath her. Each sound was so gentle it felt alive. It wasn't emptiness at all, it was presence, waiting to be heard. "Do you sing when you fish?" she asked after a long pause. The man's eyes glimmered. "Sometimes. My father taught me a song long ago. It keeps you company when the fog hides everything else. Will you sing it?" He smiled. "If you promise to listen, not to understand." He began softly, his voice low and resonant, rising and falling with the rhythm of the water. "The sea has no home, yet it carries us home. The wind has no face, yet it knows our names. Where the tide turns, there the heart returns." The words were simple, but his tone made them ancient, like something that had always existed. When he finished, silence filled the space again, gentle and wide. Aki found herself whispering, "That was beautiful." He shrugged, a faint smile touching his lips. "It's just the sea's way of breathing through me." She looked out over the horizon, the water endless, yet not empty. The faint reflection of the sun trembled on the surface, like a thought half remembered. She realized then that the calm she felt was not something the island had given her, it had always been there, waiting beneath the noise. As they drifted back toward the shore, Aki asked, "Do you ever get lonely out here?" The fisherman considered this. "The sea doesn't let you be lonely," he said. "It gives you time. And time is company, if you treat it kindly." Aki looked down at her reflection, the soft ripples breaking her image into pieces. Maybe, she thought, that was what healing looked like, not finding what was lost, but learning to float among the pieces. When they reached the pier again, the fisherman tied the boat to its post. Aki stepped out, her feet steady on the wooden planks. "Thank you," she said. "For the song. And for the silence." He gave a small nod. "If you ever lose your way again," he said, "come back and listen. The sea will remember your footsteps." Aki smiled. "I think it already has." That night, long after she had returned to Shein, Aki lay awake listening to the faint echo of the waves. In their rhythm, she could almost hear the fisherman's song, the words blending with the tide, turning into something wordless, something vast. Where the tide turns, there the heart returns. And slowly, with the breath of the sea beside her, Aki drifted into sleep. Chapter 7: The Hill of Wind. The days that followed the fisherman's song passed like slow-moving clouds, quiet, unhurried, tender in their simplicity. Aki had stopped counting mornings. Each one seemed to arrive not as a measure of time, but as a gentle reminder that she was still here, still breathing beneath the same sky as the sea. She spent her days walking. Sometimes she followed narrow roads between stone walls where moss grew thick and soft. Sometimes she climbed gentle slopes where the air smelled faintly of pine. Everywhere there was wind. It brushed her hair, carried the cry of gulls, and whispered through the tall grass that swayed like a slow tide. It was on one of these walks that she first saw the hill. It rose quietly at the far end of the island, not high, but high enough to see the world unfold around it. Mrs. Sato had mentioned it once. The old people call it Kais no Oka, the Hill of Wind. They say it's where the island breathes. The path leading up was narrow and curved, lined with wildflowers and the faint scent of sun-warmed stone. Cicadas sang in the distance, their chorus fading as the path grew steeper. Halfway up, Aki stopped to catch her breath. The sea below shimmered in layers of blue and silver, each wave a soft brushstroke in the morning light. She could see small boats returning to the harbor, their wakes slicing through the still water, then dissolving back into calm. By the time she reached the top, the wind was stronger. It came from every direction, touching her face, her hair, the fabric of her linen dress. There was nothing at the summit, no shrine, no benches, no signposts. Only the grass, bending and bowing, and the endless horizon beyond. Aki stood there for a long time, her heart beating quietly with the wind. She closed her eyes. At first, she heard only sound: the steady hush, the low hum of air passing by. But soon the sound became something else, a rhythm, a pulse, as if the island itself was breathing through her. The wind carried the smell of salt and pine, the faint sweetness of drying grass. It moved over her skin, soft but insistent, as though reminding her she belonged to this moment completely, not to yesterday. Not to what was lost, but to the present air that held her now. She thought of the fisherman's words: the sea speaks in silence. And she wondered, was the wind the same? Was it not speaking, but remembering? She sat down in the grass and let the question dissolve, not searching for an answer. The sky above her was deep and wide, its blue almost transparent near the horizon. For the first time, she felt no need to take a photograph. The scene existed perfectly without proof. She remained there through the afternoon. Time seemed to stretch, each minute dissolving into the next, like ripples disappearing into the sea. When the sun began to lower, the air cooled, and the light shifted from white to gold. Below, the village rooftops glowed faintly, and the water caught fire with reflected light. From somewhere far away, a temple bell rang its tone deep and slow, rolling through the wind like a wave. The sound reached her chest and lingered there long after it faded. She thought then of her old life, the noise, the screens, the hurry of it all. How she used to rush from moment to moment, believing stillness meant failure, that quiet was something to escape from. But here, in this vast hush, she understood what she had been missing. It wasn't silence that frightened her. It was herself, her own unspoken thoughts, her longing to stop, to rest, to listen. Now, she realized, the quiet had never been empty. It had simply been waiting for her to return to it. The wind shifted again, a softer current now, as if the hill itself sighed. She whispered into it, "Thank you." It wasn't clear who she was speaking to, the wind, the sea, the island, or something within herself. But the moment she said it, the air around her seemed to shimmer, and a small flock of birds rose from the trees below, their wings catching the dying light. For a heartbeat, the world felt both infinite and intimate, as if everything that had ever lived was breathing in unison. When the sun finally began to sink, Aki stood. The horizon burned with color: amber, rose, violet, a quiet fire that needed no witness. She watched the reflection stretch across the sea, slowly softening into blue again. The first stars appeared. And then, from the village below, a faint voice carried on the wind, someone singing, perhaps one of the fishermen returning home. The melody was simple, but the sound of it blended with the air so completely that it was impossible to tell where the voice ended and the wind began. Aki stayed until the last of the light was gone. Then she began to walk down the path, the air cooler now, the earth fragrant with evening. By the time she reached the base of the hill, the lanterns along the harbor had been lit, their small flames dancing on the surface of the sea. She paused once more to look back. At the top of the hill, the grass shimmered faintly under starlight, moving, breathing, remembering. That night, she dreamed of wind. Not a storm, not a force, just the steady, endless movement of air touching everything, connecting shore to shore, life to life, breath to breath. When she woke in the early hours, the sound of the sea reached her window. It was the same rhythm she had heard on the hill, the slow exhale of a living world. And in that sound, Aki felt not alone, but held. Chapter 8: Rain on the Jetty. The morning began with silence, a strange, suspended quiet that came before the rain. The air was heavy, filled with the faint scent of salt and the promise of water. The horizon blurred into a pale gray, and even the sea seemed to be waiting still, patient, listening. Aki woke to the sound of distant thunder, low and far away, rolling softly like a slow drum beneath the sky. When she slid open the shoji, the air that entered was cool and damp. Tiny drops of mist clung to her skin. It wasn't a day for walking. It was a day for stillness. At Shein, Mrs. Sato moved quietly through the kitchen, the sound of her steps muffled by the tatami mats. The smell of miso and freshly steamed rice filled the room. "You'll need an umbrella if you go out today," she said, her tone half concern, half amusement. Aki smiled faintly. "I think they'll go to the pier. Just to listen." Mrs. Sato looked up from the stove. The sea's voice is softest in the rain. "You'll hear things you can't on sunny days." Aki nodded, and something about that sentence stayed with her as she slipped on her sandals and stepped out into the gray. By the time she reached the jetty, the drizzle had become a fine, steady rain. The air shimmered with it, a curtain of silver threads connecting sky and sea. The wooden planks beneath her feet were slick, their color darkened by water. She walked slowly, feeling each board flex slightly under her weight. The sound was hypnotic, raindrops on wood, on rope, on the quiet surface of the sea. No voices, no engines, no laughter. Only rain. It was as if the whole world had drawn a deep breath and decided to rest. Aki sat at the edge of the jetty, pulling her knees close. The hem of her dress dampened quickly, but she didn't mind. The air was cool against her face, and each breath felt clean, as though she were inhaling the sea itself. She listened. There was rhythm in the rain, but no melody, only endless, even notes falling from a sky without color. After a while, she realized her own breathing had matched it, slow and steady. She closed her eyes. The rain became a voice, soft, ancient, speaking not in words but in memory. She thought of her mother again, and of Tokyo, the way rain had sounded there, sharp and impatient against glass, lost in the noise of traffic and people. Here, rain didn't fall on things, it fell into them, into the sea, into the wood, into her. It wasn't something separate from the world. It was how the world remembered itself. A creak of wood startled her slightly. She turned and saw a figure at the far end of the jetty, an old man in a raincoat, carrying a small bucket. It was the fisherman she had met days before. He raised a hand in greeting. "You're out early," he said, walking closer. "Not many people like to sit in the rain." Aki smiled. "I think the rain likes me today." He chuckled. "Maybe it does. It remembers those who listen." He set down the bucket beside her and sat. Inside were several shells, their surfaces glistening like small moons. "Shells after the tide," he said. "The sea leaves them like messages." Sometimes you find something you didn't know you'd lost. Aki picked one up carefully. It was smooth and pale, with a faint spiral pattern that reminded her of a fingerprint. "Do you collect them?" she asked. "Only on days when the rain tells me to," he said. "Sunny days make you think you know the world. Rain reminds you that you don't." They both laughed quietly, and the sound mingled with the rain. It felt natural, as though the conversation had always existed and they had simply stepped into it. For a while, they sat in silence, watching the rings that formed and disappeared on the water's surface. Aki said softly, "Do you ever get tired of the sea?" The fisherman shook his head. "You can't be tired of something that keeps changing. Every drop of rain that falls becomes part of it, and every time it rains, the sea is born again." Aki let his words settle in her chest. They felt true, not like something learned, but something remembered. The rain began to ease. The clouds lightened, and the horizon reappeared, a soft, silver line stretching endlessly in both directions. The fisherman stood, lifting his bucket. He looked down at Aki. "When it rains, don't hide," he said. "Rain teaches you how to be quiet without being afraid." Aki nodded. "Thank you." He smiled. "Don't thank me. Thank the rain." And with that, he walked back toward the village, his footsteps fading into the soft rhythm of water on wood. Aki remained there long after he had gone. The world had grown brighter now, but the quiet stayed. She looked at the shell still resting in her palm. Tiny drops of rain clung to its surface, and for a moment she imagined the sea inside it, small, infinite, alive. She placed it beside her on the jetty and whispered to the air, "Thank you for remembering me." The wind stirred, lifting a strand of her hair, and the sea seemed to sigh in reply. When she finally returned to Shein, the veranda was damp but filled with light. Mrs. Sato was sweeping water from the steps. "You found what you were looking for?" she asked. Aki smiled. "I don't know what I was looking for. But I found something gentle." Mrs. Sato nodded knowingly. Then it was the right kind of rain. That night, the sky cleared completely. The stars appeared sharp and countless above the dark sea. Aki sat by the window before sleeping, the shell she had taken resting beside her pillow. Each time she closed her eyes, she could still hear the rain, not as sound, but as memory. It was no longer falling. It was flowing inside her, through her, outward into the calm. And she drifted to sleep as if carried by it. Chapter 9: The Photograph That Never Came Out. The morning light returned with a quiet gentleness, as if the rain had washed the world clean during the night. When Aki opened her eyes, The air smelled faintly of sea salt and damp cedar wood. A thin beam of sunlight passed through the shoji, painting a golden line across the tatami floor. For a long time, she lay still, listening to the sound of the waves, steady, unhurried, endless. There was something deeply comforting in their rhythm, as if the sea itself was breathing with her. When she finally rose, she reached instinctively for her camera. It was an old one, a small, silver-bodied film camera she had used for years. Its surface was worn smooth from her hands. The strap smelled faintly of leather and travel. But when she turned it on and pressed the shutter, there was no sound. Only silence. She tried again. The same, a soft click that didn't complete, as though the camera had forgotten how to remember. She looked through the viewfinder, but even the light seemed faint, uncertain. The camera had stopped working. At first, she felt a wave of frustration, a sudden sense of loss. This was how she had learned to see the world, through a frame, through focus, through something she could hold. Without it, she felt strangely exposed, as if her eyes had been unanchored. Mrs. Sato noticed her expression when Aki came to breakfast. "Something wrong, Morita-san?" "My camera stopped working," Aki said softly. "I think it's broken." Mrs. Sato smiled faintly, her eyes warm with a kind of quiet knowing. "Maybe it just needs a rest." Aki gave a small laugh. "Maybe. It's been with me for a long time." Mrs. Sato poured tea into her cup, the steam rising like pale silk. "Then perhaps it's telling you to see without it for a while." That thought lingered. After breakfast, Aki walked toward the harbor, camera in hand, though it no longer worked. The world seemed unusually vivid that morning, as if every color had deepened. The sea shimmered with countless points of light, the scent of salt stronger than usual. Children were playing near the shore, their laughter mingling with the sound of gulls. Somewhere, someone was repairing a boat, hammer tapping against wood in an easy rhythm. She lifted the camera, out of habit, and pointed it toward the scene. Her finger hesitated on the shutter. Then she lowered it again. She realized she didn't need to capture it. It was already there, complete, perfect, alive. For so many years, she had lived through the lens, framing moments before fully living them. Now, for the first time, she simply watched. A fisherman's net glistened in the sunlight. A stray cat sat on a coiled rope, its tail twitching lazily. The water lapped against the wooden posts with a rhythm too soft to measure. Each sound, each motion, felt like a small photograph in motion, one that existed only as long as she noticed it. She wandered farther down the pier, to the place where the planks met the stones. The tide was low, and seaweed swayed gently below the surface. A small crab scuttled across a wet rock, its shell catching the light like a shard of amber. Aki crouched down to watch it. If she had had her camera, she would have tried to capture the reflection of the sky and water, the way the crab's movement made ripples spread like tiny circles of glass. But without the lens, she found herself simply present, not thinking about light or angle, not thinking about keeping the moment, just being in it. It was lighter that way. By noon, she reached the old path leading toward the lighthouse. The air grew warmer, and the sea breeze carried the faint scent of plum blossoms from inland. The lighthouse stood quietly against the blue, a slender white shape surrounded by sky. It wasn't tall or grand, but it felt timeless, like something that had always belonged there. She sat on a rock nearby, watching the horizon. The world stretched endlessly, sea, sky, and the faint outline of distant islands. It reminded her of the photographs she used to take when she was just learning, when every frame felt like a secret. She closed her eyes and remembered one image in particular, a picture she had taken years ago, before her mother passed away. It had been on a trip to Kamakura. Her mother had been standing by a hydrangea bush, turning toward her with a surprised laugh. The picture had never come out. The roll of film had been damaged somehow, and the photo remained a ghost, something half real, half remembered. For a long time, Aki had felt regret about that, a hole in her memories she couldn't fill. But now, sitting by the sea, she thought, perhaps it had never needed to exist on paper. Perhaps some moments were meant to fade, to stay only in the heart, where time couldn't change them. A gull flew overhead, its shadow crossing her lap for a brief second before vanishing. Aki opened her eyes and smiled. The world was full of such fleeting beauty, unphotographed, unrecorded, but entirely alive. The sound of the waves deepened with the afternoon, their tones slower, more resonant. The wind moved softly through her hair, lifting it just enough to make her aware of its touch. She thought, maybe I've been collecting silence all along. Each photograph, each place, had been a way to hold onto stillness, to preserve what she couldn't name. Now, she no longer needed to. The stillness was in her. As the light began to dim, she walked back toward Shein. The path glowed faintly under the evening sky, and the sound of temple bells reached her, faint, distant, steady. When she reached the veranda, Mrs. Sato was lighting a lantern. "Ah," she said with a smile, "you found your picture for today." Aki nodded. "It's here," she said, touching her chest lightly. It's not on film, but it's here. Mrs. Sato laughed softly. Those are the kind that never fade. That night, Aki placed the broken camera beside her futon. She didn't feel sad. Instead, she felt something gentle like gratitude. Outside, the sound of the waves was faint, like breathing in sleep. She thought again of the photograph that had never come out, her mother's face half turned, the moment just before laughter. And she realized she could see it perfectly now. The picture had never disappeared. It had only been waiting for her to be still enough to remember. Chapter 10: The Lantern Festival. The evening of the festival arrived softly, as if the entire island had been holding its breath all day. From early afternoon, the air had carried a quiet hum. The sound of hands preparing, voices calling gently to one another, the faint clatter of dishes, and somewhere, the pluck of a shamisen string being tuned. By dusk, the village seemed to glow from within. Lanterns were being hung outside doorways, their paper shells trembling gently in the sea breeze. The scent of grilled fish and sweet rice drifted through the air, mingling with the salt of the ocean. Aki stood on the veranda of Shein, watching as the first lights began to flicker on. The world felt both ordinary and enchanted, a moment suspended between day and night, between memory and dream. Mrs. Sato appeared beside her, holding two small lanterns wrapped in thin cloth. "They're ready," she said, her voice warm. "One for you, one for whoever you wish to remember." Aki accepted the lanterns with both hands. Their paper was soft to the touch, slightly cool from the evening air. Through the thin material, she could see the faint shapes of characters brushed in ink, simple wishes written in Mrs. Sato's careful hand. "What did you write on them?" Aki asked. Mrs. Sato smiled. "Just the same as always, may the sea carry this light kindly. The rest is for you to fill." As they walked down to the harbor, the last of the daylight faded. The path was lit by hundreds of small lanterns, each one swaying slightly as people passed. Children laughed softly, holding their own little lights with both hands, faces illuminated from below. The sea waited vast, calm, and dark. Only the faint reflection of the first lanterns trembled on its surface. Aki stood at the edge of the jetty, her sandals making a soft sound against the wet wood. The air was cool and carried the scent of seaweed and smoke. All around her, people moved quietly, their voices hushed, as though the night itself asked for gentleness. Mrs. Sato placed her lantern carefully on the water. The small flame wavered once, then steadied a point of warmth drifting slowly away. Aki knelt beside her, cradling her own lantern in her hands. Inside it was a single candle, its light trembling like a heartbeat. She thought of what she wanted to write, and though she hadn't brought a brush, the words came easily to her mind. For my mother, who taught me to see. For myself, who finally learned to listen. She whispered the words aloud, and as she did, the flame seemed to brighten. Then, with a slow exhale, she set the lantern down onto the water. For a moment, it floated beside her, hesitating like a small boat unsure of its course. Then a ripple carried it gently away, joining the slow river of light that was forming on the sea. Hundreds of lanterns now drifted together, red, gold, and white, each one carrying a wish, a memory, a quiet farewell. The sea became a moving sky, each light a star reflected in reverse. Aki watched, her breath catching at the sight. No photograph could ever hold it, the way the wind made the flames bend, the way the reflections blurred and joined, the way the night seemed infinite. She felt a presence beside her. It was the old fisherman. His hands were folded behind his back, his eyes fixed on the glowing sea. "You've brought your light," he said softly. Aki nodded. "It's for someone I loved. And for myself." He smiled, not looking at her. The sea remembers everything it's given. That's why it never stops moving. They stood together in silence, the air thick with the sound of gentle wave sand, the soft creak of wood. As the lanterns drifted farther out, their glow merged into a wide band of gold on the horizon. The stars above began to appear, echoing the lights below, sky and sea mirroring one another, as if the boundary between them had dissolved. Someone began to sing, a woman's voice, low, steady, untrained, but filled with tenderness. It was an old island song, a lullaby for the departed, carried by the wind and the tide. Aki closed her eyes. The melody wrapped around her like a shawl. In the dark behind her eyelids, the lights continued to move, a slow procession of souls sailing quietly into forever. She thought of her mother again, of that lost photograph, of all the words she had never spoken, and all the moments she had tried too hard to hold. They no longer hurt. They simply were part of the sea, part of the night, part of her. For the first time, she felt that nothing was truly gone. Everything that had touched her still lived in the quiet rhythm of the waves, in the warmth of light floating across the dark. When the last lantern disappeared into the horizon, the villagers began to drift away, their footsteps soft, their conversations low and calm. Mrs. Sato turned to Aki and bowed slightly. "Your light will reach where it needs to," she said. Aki smiled, her eyes glistening. "Thank you for everything, Mrs. Sato placed a gentle hand on her arm. "Don't thank me, child. Just keep watching. The sea is still speaking." Aki stayed until the harbor was empty. The sea had grown dark again, but its surface still shimmered faintly where the lanterns had passed, as though their glow lingered beneath the water. The wind shifted, carrying the faint scent of plum blossoms from the hills. Somewhere far away, a temple bell rang one deep tone that seemed to fold the night closed. Aki lifted her face toward the sound, breathed in deeply, and let her eyes close. In the darkness, she saw the lanterns again, floating endlessly, each one a heartbeat, each one a soul at peace. And within that vision, she felt her own heart become still and bright. Epilogue. Evening calm. The morning after the festival dawned with a stillness that felt sacred. The sea was utterly calm, not a single ripple, not a sound. Even the gulls seemed to glide silently, their wings cutting through the pale gold light of dawn. Aki woke before the temple bell rang. The air in her room was cool and touched faintly by the scent of salt and smoke. She sat for a moment in the quiet, listening to the hush that always came before daybreak. That fragile, weightless moment when the world seemed to hold its breath between what has been and what is about to begin. She felt the same within herself. Still, suspended, listening. When she slid open the shoji, the sea filled her view endless, smooth, its color shifting from silver to pale blue as the light grew. On the veranda, her broken camera still sat on the low wooden table. Beside it, the shell she had found on a rainy day by the pier. Two small things, silent, ordinary, yet they held everything her heart could not say. She touched the shell gently. It was cool and smooth, and for the first time, she noticed a faint spiral within it, a perfect pattern, neither beginning nor end. She smiled. Just like the sea. Breakfast was simple rice, miso, and pickled plum. Mrs. Sato poured tea and said, "You'll be leaving tomorrow, I hear." Aki nodded. "Yes. The ferry leaves in the morning." There was a pause, soft and natural. Then Mrs. Sato said, "The sea keeps everyone's footsteps. When you go, it won't erase yours. It will keep them until you return." Aki lowered her gaze, the warmth of the tea seeping into her palms. "I think I'll carry this place with me instead," she said softly. "It feels lighter that way." Mrs. Sato smiled, and the lines at the corners of her eyes deepened like folds in calm water. "Then you've learned what this island was meant to teach." That afternoon, Aki walked one last time through the narrow streets. The sunlight touched the eaves of old wooden houses, and wind chimes swayed lazily under the awnings. Children were chasing a red ball near the harbor, their laughter mingling with the faint hum of cicadas. Each sound, each sight, felt sharper, truer, as if the act of leaving had made her senses open wider. She stopped by the pier where she had once listened to rain. The same boards creaked under her feet. The same tide lapped quietly below. But today, the sea was like glass so still that the sky reflected in it perfectly, a mirror without flaw. She sat down at the edge and watched the water breathe. There was no need to think, no need to name anything. Every ripple, every scent, every beam of light became part of her, and she was part of it. She took a deep breath, and as she exhaled, a phrase rose in her mind, not words, but a feeling. It was gratitude, not for something specific, but for the quiet itself, for having finally learned how to listen to it. Later, as the sun began to sink, she walked to the top of the hill of wind. The grass shimmered in the late light, and the air moved softly around her, just as it had on the day she first climbed it. From there, she could see the whole island, the harbor, the rooftops, the line of the horizon. And beyond that, a faint shimmer of mainland Japan, the life she would soon return to. It no longer looked distant. It looked simply connected. The world, she realized, was not divided between what is quiet and what is loud, between here and there. It was all one continuous breath. The sun touched the horizon. Its reflection turned the sea to molten gold. Aki watched the color shift amber, then rose, then violet, each hue dissolving gently into the next. She thought of the lanterns, still drifting somewhere out there, perhaps dimmed, perhaps gone, but their light folded into the sea's great memory. "Everything returns," she whispered. "Everything continues." And in that moment, she understood that going home was not an ending, but a way of carrying the stillness forward. That night, she packed her things slowly. Only a few belongings: the shell, a notebook, and her silent camera. The rest: the quiet mornings, the wind on her face, the scent of rain, those were already inside her. She slid open the shoji one last time. The moon hung low over the water, its reflection trembling faintly on the sea's surface. The air was warm and filled with the faint hum of evening insects. Aki whispered into the dark, "Thank you." No one answered, yet the silence that followed was so full, so alive, that it felt like the world itself was whispering back. When dawn came again, she boarded the small ferry. The villagers waved from the pier, Mrs. Sato among them, the fishermen beside her. The boat pulled away slowly. The sound of the engine was soft, and the sea parted gently around its hull. Aki stood at the rail, watching the island grow smaller. The temple roof caught the morning light. The water shimmered where the lanterns had once floated. And though the island was fading from sight, it did not feel like leaving. It felt like carrying a quiet flame, steady and unseen. The wind rose as they reached open water. It brushed her face, smelling faintly of salt and plum blossoms. She closed her eyes and let it move through her hair. For a heartbeat, she could hear everything at once: the sea, the bells, the rain, the echo of laughter and song. Then, just as softly, it faded into stillness again. The horizon stretched ahead, wide and shining. And Aki, her heart light, her breath steady, whispered to the sea, "I'll come back." The ferry drifted on, a small shape moving across the quiet water. The Seto Inland Sea lay calm beneath the rising sun, its surface glimmering like silk. And somewhere within that vast, breathing silence, a lantern's light still floated, a memory, a promise, a gentle echo of evening calm.